All right. Good evening, everybody. I call this meeting to order. This is the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee of the City Council. All councilors are present or will be very soon, but we are not going to wait for them. This is a hybrid meeting where all participants will be in person or video or audio conference. Members of the public had the opportunity to address the committee if they signed up for public comment per the rules published on the agenda on our website on Friday. We will call for the speakers when we get to the individual agenda items you signed up for. We're going to jump right in. We've got a long night in front of us. We're going to go straight to item A. Councilor Jones. Technical difficulties. Hang on just a sec.
Testing. I'll just use another one. Thank you. We will now go to agenda item 0054. This is adopting citywide text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance in conjunction with the 2022 IDO annual update process to address the need for more housing opportunities. I move a do pass.
I'll second. We are going to start with a presentation from staff on this issue. So I'm going to go to Ms. Schultz, and then we'll have a short presentation by the administration. So go ahead, Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get my presentation shared. Mr. Moya, does that look good? Is it up on Zoom and in the room? Okay, great. Good evening, counselors. I'm going to walk you through O2254, which proposes to adopt text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance relating to opportunities to build housing within the city of Albuquerque. This bill is one of 4 components to the 2022 IDO annual update. The following bill, O77, is the second bill, and earlier or late last month, the full council already voted on the other 2 components related to small areas. As a reminder to the committee and the full council, that shows you where duplexes are allowed permissively today. They are only allowed in the R1A subzone. The R1 zone district has 4 subzones associated with it: R1A, B, C, and D. R1A is the smallest of those 4, and duplexes are allowed there today. The proposal in O2254 proposes to allow them in all flavors or subzones of R1. So the map on the left shows you where they're permissive today. The map on the right shows you where they would be permissive if this proposal were to move forward. In this context, a duplex is an attached unit, so a shared wall unit where you would have 2 distinct dwelling units, either on one property or straddled by a property line. And there are a couple of photos on the left that show you existing duplexes in the city of Albuquerque today, if you wanted to better envision the built form of that. The Environmental Planning Commission did recommend approval of Section 1 on this bill, with a minor recommendation that the bill proposes to delete an illustration that the EPC thought would be helpful to keep in the document, showing the distinction when a duplex proposes to straddle a lot line. Kind of a minor recommendation from the EPC. Later on in my presentation, I will review one committee amendment related to duplexes in the R1 zone. That'll be Amendment A1. Madam Chair, do you want me to go through each section individually, or do you want to stop and kind of take comment on each section?
If it's all right with the committee, I think we'd like to finish up the presentation and get our community input on this first bill, and then we could take a quick dinner break.
Okay.
So, unless I hear anybody complaining, we'll go with that.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll continue. Thank you. So Section 2 of the bill relates to accessory dwelling units in the R1 zone district. Today, accessory dwelling units with a kitchen are only allowed in certain mapped areas of the city. So the map on the left shows you where they are allowed either permissively or conditionally, depending on the rules within that small mapped area. And those small mapped areas relate to either existing sector development plans that allowed for ADUs with kitchens permissively or conditionally prior to adoption of the IDO, or within centers and corridors, which was a recent amendment to the IDO to say that those are permissive within a quarter mile of urban centers, main streets, and premium transit corridors in the R1 zone district. So left is where they are allowed today. The right map shows where they would be allowed permissively moving into the future. There are some existing and proposed requirements associated with accessory dwelling units that I'll quickly review. The first one is a new requirement of a maximum of 750 square feet. Accessory dwelling unit building heights would be limited to the height of the primary structure on the property. So if your primary house is 18 feet tall, then the accessory dwelling unit could only be up to 18 feet tall as well. Accessory dwelling units can only be placed in the rear yard, so behind the kind of rear facade of the primary building. They can't take up more than 25% of the rear and side yards combined. So you would add up the square footage of those setback areas on both sides of the primary structure and behind the primary structure. You would take 25% of that, and that also indicates the maximum square footage of your accessory dwelling unit. So while there's an allowance for 750 square feet, if that 25% calculation tells you that it can actually only be 550 square feet, you would be limited to that. Accessory dwelling units have to meet fire code, which indicates setbacks from existing buildings, to say that an accessory dwelling unit in the rear yard can't be directly next to another existing structure without providing some kind of either fireproof materials on that building or requiring a minimum setback. There are occupancy limits to all dwelling units that come from the building code, and accessory dwelling units would be required to follow those. And the IDO also requires 1 parking space be required for every accessory dwelling unit. So most of these requirements are existing in the IDO today for accessory units. The 750 square foot maximum is new with this proposal. The EPC recommended approval of this proposal as it existed in the original bill with one recommendation. The proposal in the bill originally only discussed making accessory dwelling units permissive in the R1 zone district. The Environmental Planning Commission and planning staff heard from folks who live in the RA zone district, that's the residential agricultural zone district, and they would also like accessory dwelling units to be permissive in their zoning districts. So I've shared a map here of where that RA zone district exists. And later on in my presentation, there will be 4 amendments related to accessory dwelling units, amendments A2, 3, 4, and 5, and I will review those individually once we get to that segment of the presentation. Section 3 of O2254 discusses the exemption of kitchens, of kitchen requirements in the IDO for conversions of non-residential uses to residential uses. If you'll recall, in last year's IDO annual update, this body, the full council, created an exemption for conversions of non-residential uses that could be anything from a hotel, a motel, an office, a warehouse, to multifamily, to say that if that multifamily development is building less than 100 units, the project is associated with funding from the Department of Family and Community Services, and there will be services, social services provided on site, then you don't have to follow the typical definition of a kitchen in the IDO. And that boils down to the requirement of an oven or stove. So those particular conversions would be able to move forward without providing a formal oven or stove that would be required for other multifamily development. What O2254 proposes to do is to take away the requirements on unit numbers, the 100 that I mentioned, and the requirement that there be funding from the Department of Family and Community Services associated with the project, and that there be on-site services required. So essentially, these projects could only happen before if there was going to be an affordable component to them, and that will still be the case moving forward, but also market rate projects would be able to take advantage of the lesser kitchen requirement. The Environmental Planning Commission recommended approval of this amendment with 2 recommended changes. The first is that there be some more explicit language about what type of cooking appliance be provided. The language today talks about a microwave or a hot plate, and there was quite a bit of discussion about an induction cooktop instead. And so there's language proposed in an amendment later on that would amend in that language related to an induction cooktop as an appropriate means of cooking appliance. The second recommendation from the Environmental Planning Commission relates to the non-residential business park zone, or NRBP. Inherent in the name, residential uses are not allowed in that zone district today. The proposal from the EPC recommended that multifamily development become a conditional vacant use within the NRBP zone district. What that means is that when we typically wouldn't allow residential uses in this zone district, if the building is vacant for 5 years or longer, the city will allow additional uses to be contemplated for that property. In this instance, where they wouldn't be able to do multifamily development before, we would allow them to do multifamily development if they go through a conditional use process, which requires a public hearing before the zoning hearing examiner. There are 2 committee amendments related to Section 3 of O2254. Those are A6 and A7. Okay, Section 4 relates to building heights for multifamily development and affordable housing development. And this one's gonna get pretty in the weeds. So the bill as it was originally proposed looked at the RMH zone district, that's residential, multifamily, high intensity, and all of the mixed use zones, so MXT through MXH, and proposed that there would be no maximum building height if you're doing multifamily developments. What I've provided on the screen here is kind of a general overview of how building heights are regulated today in those zoning districts and how those would move to no maximum building height. The Environmental Planning Commission generally recommended approval to say that we should look at building height limitations for multifamily development in these various zones, but they took a much more nuanced approach than no maximum building heights. And I'm just gonna run you, okay, so here's what they ended up recommending. What I'm showing on this table is the MXT zone district, MXL, RMH, MXM, and MXH. These are all the zone districts contemplated in O2254 originally. Anywhere that you see underlined text shows a new requirement or allowance or an amended allowance. So instead of saying no building height maximums for these zones if they're doing multifamily development, what the EPC instead said was we will allow building height bonuses if you're doing certain types of development. So for example, let's look at the MXL zone district in the column here. Today, the MXL zone district has a maximum building height of 38 feet. Embedded within the EPC's recommendation would say that if you're doing workforce housing, which is a defined metric in the IDO and the city's workforce housing ordinance, that you would get an additional, you could utilize an additional 12 feet of building height. If you're in a center or corridor where city policy contemplates denser development, more intense development, you could be permitted to have an extra 24 feet instead of 12 feet. That's generally 2 stories. In addition to that, a new bonus was contemplated by the EPC related to multifamily development in general. So there are existing workforce housing development bonuses in the IDO today. The EPC is recommending that the council contemplate creating a new bonus for multifamily development that could be market rate projects. And that bonus is nuanced out by what's called areas of change and areas of consistency. These are mapped areas within the comprehensive plan where, again, we want to encourage development. It generally tends to exist along centers and corridors that have existing infrastructure. So again, looking at the MXL example, if you wanted to do a multifamily development in the MXL zone and you were within an area of change, this amendment contemplates allowing a 24-foot building height bonus. If you're in an area of consistency where the city is not quite promoting so much redevelopment or change, you would only be allowed a 12-foot building height bonus. This was the EPC's attempt to kind of tease out where additional density and height bonuses would be appropriate per comprehensive plan policies. Also within the EPC's recommendation on building heights exists a proposed change to the neighborhood edge provision. What I'm showing on the left is the neighborhood edge provision that exists in the IDO today, which says if you have low-density residential development in the RA, R1, RMC, or RT zone district, that development within either 50 or 100 feet of you is limited to 30 feet in building height. Beyond that 50 or 100-foot threshold, you could then utilize the maximum building height allowed by your base zoning district, but that within that 50 or 100 feet, you've got to bring the building height down to more closely match what's next to you. The proposal by EPC does not get rid of that original neighborhood edge provision that would continue to exist in the IDO, but it proposes a new neighborhood edge. So while it was low-density residential development in low-density residential zones that are being protected in the original neighborhood edge, this would propose to protect multifamily development within the RML and MXT zone district. So same exact kind of concept. Within RML and MXT, if there is multifamily development, within 50 feet of that lot, building heights would be limited to more closely match the maximum building height of those 2 zones, which is about 48 feet. So any neighboring development within that 50 feet would need to stay at 48 feet, and then beyond that 50 feet, they could go up to what their base zoning district allows. Section 5 of the bill related to parking for affordable housing developments. Today, I've listed here on the slide the parking requirements for multifamily development. Whether it's affordable or not, the parking table today doesn't make a distinction. The proposal, as originally drafted in 02254, said that the proposal was to tease it out a little bit to say for multifamily development where 20% of the units provided in that development are affordable to 50% or less AMI, that there would be no parking requirement at all. The EPC recommended denial of that with no alternative proposal. There is a committee amendment, A9, that I will review later that proposes, I would argue, maybe a middle ground between no parking requirements and no amendment at all. The last section of 02254 also relates to parking, but for multifamily development more generally, so we're not talking about affordable housing here. Again, today, all multifamily is subject to the parking requirements that you see on the left, as proposed in Section 6. All multifamily in a mixed-use zone district could utilize a 75% parking reduction. The EPC also recommended denial of this proposal after taking public testimony and comments. And again, there is a committee amendment, A10, that responds to this recommendation of denial and proposes something a little different. Madam Chair, that concludes my overview of sections 1 through 6. I can go through the proposed amendments, or if you would rather move to public comments, I'm happy to do what you like.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. We do have a short presentation from the administration, so I'd like to go to that, and then we'll come back to council members for questions on the bill before going to public comment. Hello, Mr. Griego.
I appreciate you giving us an opportunity to sort of try to put this in the context of the larger Housing Forward initiative, which the mayor's team has been working on with several departments. I've just, Shannon's passing out a report that we put together that we just want to emphasize. This is all evidence-based stuff that we're proposing that other cities have been trying to implement in various degrees. We really tried our best, and if you look at the back of that report, to really look at what cities across the country are doing to tackle this housing crisis, because we're not alone. These are definitely best practices, evidence-based practices, and I think they're, as we'll talk more about, they are very much, we think, reasonable, rational, and incremental. So, if we can get the, I don't know if we have the slide, the first slide up. Can you guys see it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So why are we here? I think that's the goal is, I think we all agree, I think all of us share a common value that we really think that everyone in Albuquerque, regardless if they're seniors or college students, wherever they live in the city, regardless of their income, that they should have a safe place to call home that's affordable. I think no one here, no one in the room would disagree with that, I hope. And I think that's what we're trying to really ask council to partner with us to try to solve this issue. Mayor's clear that this is a proposal, and we hope that we will continue to compromise and work with you. But ultimately, I think the common goal here is we have to really, in a very sober way, look at our housing crisis, as I said, is a phenomenon across the country. Next slide, please. So, you know, lots of folks have looked at this. We, based on census data or a study by the Urban Institute, industry data, we tried to take our best guess of what the scale of the problem. And I think you've all seen these numbers, depending on where you are on the housing market and whether you're on the sort of lower income end or, you know, frankly, a renter or a homeowner. There's a gap between 13,000 as high as 30,000 units, depending on housing type. And we'll talk a little bit about housing type. We know that half of renters in Albuquerque spend more than 30% of their income on rent. And in many cases, for many folks in Albuquerque, it's more than 50%, which besides causing all sorts of other problems, affects our economic development, affects people's disposable income, affects all the things that we think we need to do for our families and folks in the city. We know that over 1,300 people are experiencing homelessness, and this is certainly part of the reason why we're here and trying to do this. We also know that rents increased 20% in 2021, and they are up 2.6% since 2015. So clearly, I hope that we can agree that we have a very serious problem in our city. Again, we're not alone, but this is our attempt to take the lessons from other cities and try to solve this problem together with council and with the community. Other statistics, next slide, please. Our estimates that there are 2,200 unhoused households needing permanent supportive housing. Industry estimates are that there are over 13,000 new market rate housing needed, and that's everything from the new economic development projects like Netflix and Amazon and these other projects that we're working on, that we're going to need housing for those folks. So this is just unhoused folks. These are young workers. These are people we're trying to attract to the city. In addition, we need close to 27,000 market rate single family homes. The Urban Institute commissioned a study, or we commissioned a study that the Urban Institute carried out that said that, that found that 30%, that we need about close to 16,000 units for people at 30% of area median income. And for those even further in poverty, 28,000 housing units are needed for people at 50% of AMI. So for the most low-income end, all the way to market rates, everybody agrees that we have a real gap in housing supply. So really our approach was to look at what other cities were doing and what are they doing on the supply side. What can we do to try to increase the number of housing units across the economic spectrum? We set a modest goal. Some of you remember when we announced this, 5,000 additional units. If the gap is 30,000, this is a pretty modest attempt, and this isn't all of the units we're going to build ourselves. Certainly, we're going to partner with nonprofit providers, nonprofit builders, for-profit builders. Increasingly, for the casitas ADUs, we'll talk about individuals, families who want to add space for their loved ones, for their elders, for their children, or perhaps to have an additional source of income. So these are all policies that we think will help us get there. None of them are a silver bullet, but we hope that together, at the end of this process, we can find a package of policies that'll help us address this housing crisis and this huge gap. What I think we all agree on, and I think what the mayor has said several times publicly, is there just is no way to get to this gap, to address this gap, without fundamentally adapting our planning and zoning code. It's just we can't get there. We can try to do more affordable housing based on what we're doing now. You all have been generous in appropriating capital and voucher support through the budget, but there just is no path to getting to a real solution to this housing crisis without us making some reasonable changes to the IDO and zoning code, and I think that's what we're going to talk about tonight. One of the measures that we've tried to really lean into, and I know that several of you have been involved in this, is one policy that's showing a lot of promise across the country that we're working on currently. I know Councilor Grout has been very active with this issue, is trying to figure out how to, sorry, next slide, to convert some hotels. We have our first one happening. We've tried to do it in a very inclusive way, open to really recommendations and how we do that in a way that really tries to solve the problem of this gap of housing, specifically for folks who need affordable housing, and in some cases for folks who are in need of transitional supportive housing. We look forward to working with Councilor Grout and Council to try to make that a reality. Sure Stay's been a long process, and we're hoping that will be the first of many projects like that throughout the city, throughout the income spectrum, that will help us chip away at this gap. Again, it's not a silver bullet, but we're hoping it'll be about 1,000 units by 2025 is what we're hoping that'll produce. Another policy that was discussed at FGO the other night, next slide please, is, again, this will not solve the whole problem, but we've heard from many neighborhood leaders and many members of council that we have to do a more assertive job of addressing nuisance abatement. So several folks have said, like, what about these properties, the problem hotels, the problem individual houses and commercial spaces that have really been havens for crime and for trafficking? How do we, first of all, take care of that? But in the process, if some of those properties, and we want to be clear about it, not all of them, but some of them could be converted to affordable housing, I think that gets us to both goals of really making neighborhoods safer and taking care of these problem properties, and also creating, hopefully, some more affordable housing for Albuquerque residents. What we learned along the way is, again, not unlike most of the country, we have a workforce challenge. Industry has said, like, we'd love the ideas, and you'll hear from some of them tonight, but at the end of the day, somebody's got to build this. So we also can't just sort of hope that somebody's going to step into the gaps. The city and the administration is really trying to partner with the COG and with the state and others in the feds to figure out how we start to train up folks. Because if we're serious about solving this housing challenge, if we're serious about it, we're going to need people to build these casitas, people to build the affordable housing we're talking about. So we've also committed to try to help bring 250 new construction-related jobs online from young people, from folks perhaps coming out of incarceration. Wherever we can frankly get folks to do this work, we're open to it, and we welcome your ideas for that as well. So finally, I think what tonight's about is really it's a centerpiece of this strategy, which is we can't get to the number, we can't get to addressing that gap without changing our zoning code in a reasonable, inclusive way. And this is a policy that is not an outlier. This is something cities across the country are doing to various degrees, and frankly, our proposals are pretty middle of the road. They're not as aggressive. Even the R1 zoning proposal, which I know some folks are really have some fear around, is a pretty modest proposal compared to what other cities have chosen to do to try to get not just a solution for their unhoused population, but for folks who are facing rents that just are not sustainable for their families, for their young folks, and for their seniors. So this slide just kind of reminds us that we are a city of single-family detached housing. That's where the housing stock is. That's where the zoning is. And that's all well and fine. We've all worked hard on that. And it's a problem because there's not a diverse set of housing options for the many, many types of Albuquerqueans who are looking for affordable housing, whether it's an apartment, a studio apartment, families who are looking for a duplex or a multifamily space to raise their families, young people, students, seniors, et cetera. So I know that one of the concerns is, what does this mean for the R1 zoning? We welcome a reasonable approach to how we get there, but we simply can't, and I really want to emphasize this, and I hope we can agree on this. We just can't say that that's off the table, that we can't do anything there, because we're going to get pushback from folks. We want to work together to try to figure out a way to make some reasonable, modest changes to how we consider what's allowable in R1, and I'll let the zoning folks talk more about that. So these are all the cities, long list of states and cities who are doing what we're trying to do, and many of them have taken a much more aggressive approach. Finally, last slide, we have to do this together. I think that's what Albuquerqueans are asking us to do. We can certainly disagree on the best approach, but we have to find a way forward. We can't, none of us, regardless of what neighborhood we live in your cases, counselors, what district you represent, none of us can say this neighborhood's off the table, this district's off the table, this part of town is off the table. It's just, we can't do it. It's not sustainable. As Albuquerqueans, we have to work on this together, and we hope that we can find a way to do that. I just want to close by saying, there has been, I think Shanna alluded to it, there's been extensive public input. We welcome more. Thank you for doing this, and I know there'll be other hearings, but there have been multiple opportunities for community to weigh in, and we welcome that. We want to make the best decision for everyone possible, but it's been over 10. Probably when you look at all the hearings and public meetings we've had, we're getting closer to 20 meetings. Certainly when this process ends, it'll probably be closer to 20. So we do feel like we have tried to really listen to community. Again, this is all evidence-based stuff we're proposing. I hope you'll look at that report. The last thing that the mayor wanted to emphasize is we are really and truly open to working with you on what is reasonable here. That there is no, take it or leave it, anyone's way or the highway. Really, we want to work on this together, and we think we can get there. I just put the website up there. I'm not assuming that any of you know this, but the first thing you see on our city website is Housing Forward, and we really have asked community to take a look at it and just learn more about this so all of us can make a good decision about how we solve this housing crisis. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councilors. Thank you for giving me the time, and the mayor's team are here to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Griego. So I just wanted to open up for counselors, if they have any questions on the original bill. We're going to save amendment questions until later, but on the original bill for either Ms. Schultz or Mr. Griego.
I have some questions.
Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to clarify, Mr. Griego said that I've been working on the hotel conversions with the administration. I have not, so I need to make that perfectly clear. They have been telling me about Sure Stay. After they have done it, they have told me along the way what they've been up to. I have all along been clear that the constituents in my area are very concerned about this. So I just want to make sure that is on the record, that I have not been part of what they're doing. But I appreciate the administration letting me know what they're doing, so I want to start there. I do have a question. You have had many meetings with the community for that input, and my question is, have you taken any of that input back to the table and changed any of your proposals? Mr. Griego.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilor Knight. If I misspoke, I just wanted to make sure that we were trying to keep you in the loop. So that's that. I just want to be clear about that, Councilor. I think you'll see several amendments tonight and at the EPC that are the result of input from neighborhood leaders, neighborhood concerns. We know that some of the changes, frankly, that Shanna spoke about, that the EPC essentially disagreed with came out of concern from neighborhoods. And in our own proposal and some of the amendments I think you'll see tonight, which we are supporting, including some of yours, Councilor, they're the result of what we heard. Like, we want to make sure that we're doing this right, and we continue to be open to those. So I know there'll be more amendments, and we heard some really good ideas, frankly, from members of the community. So we are trying to adapt this, and we will continue to be open to additional amendments to make this better and make it as palatable as possible to as many folks as possible.
Thank you. Madam Chair, a couple more questions. You mentioned that when you all were putting this all together, and you had stakeholders involved, who were those stakeholders that came up with this plan?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, there were many groups. We met as we started to put the pieces together with nonprofit housing developers, with advocates. We met with advocates. We met with members of the development community. We met with folks who are involved in economic development. And we have had regular meetings with groups that represent various neighborhoods across the city. And Council, I just want to be clear, and going forward, we knew that we had to put something on the table, which we knew was not the final deal, it was not perfect, and we really welcomed, as soon as we could, opening it up to more. We did have to put something on the table to get feedback, and as we've gotten feedback, we've certainly adjusted many of our recommendations. I'll just give you one example in that presentation. One of the recommendations that we try to do more on commercial buildings that are not hotels. And we thought that was a reasonable, again, cities are doing this. The industry thought that was a good idea. Some business owners thought, why don't you take this particular property that's been a problem and try to convert it? And we've learned that that's a very, very difficult process. And so we're not walking away from it, but we've heard people, we've listened to people and say, like, let's not put all our eggs in that basket. Let's really try to think about other kinds of policies and efforts that might work a little bit better, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What are the neighborhood associations that have helped with this program?
Madam Chair, Councilor, we held five neighborhood meetings where we invited every neighborhood association, neighborhood coalitions, neighborhood leaders to be part of the conversation to develop this policy. Because, Councilor, this policy's in formation, and the way that we think is the best way to get input is to try to, as many of you do, present a proposal, get some feedback, and then try to react to that and try to fix it and make it as reflective as possible of what people want. So we have done 5 of those, including in your district, I believe, and we will continue to take input from them. And I should say, and I won't put my colleague Helen Maestas on the spot, but we have heard lots and lots of input from neighborhood groups through letters, through emails, and so on, and we've tried to incorporate that as well. So it's not just physical meetings. We also have gotten a lot of comments, and we've tried to reflect those in our proposals as well.
Madam Chair, my question is specifically to when you first started this program, not the 5 community meetings that you had just recently, but when you were putting it together. In the NARO, it says that neighborhood associations can serve as an important role in engaging community members at a grassroots level in local social justice and community issues and in promoting collaboration, community planning. It also says it's an important source for input from the community as they bridge the gap between residents and government. They were not brought in until after you came out. And so, once this was all done, we have received so many emails from so many different neighborhood associations, district coalitions, and they have all mentioned that they were never a part of the original plan. And when you're trying to get people to buy into this, but you left them out in the beginning, that's a problem. And I'm very concerned about that. All of my amendments have come from the neighborhoods, and that's where they're coming from, just to be clear. I know that, so I'm trying to listen to them. I don't know that, have you all made any amendment recommendations to your program proposal since you've met with these people? The amendments that are being offered tonight, are they from you or the administration, or are they from counselors that have listened to their constituents?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, I think the way that we have approached this is in policy development, much like legislation that you all work on. There are very few original ideas. There's nothing original in this proposal. We took some ideas and we put them into the process. We work with members of this council, some of whom are up here and co-sponsors of this bill, and tried to say, okay, here's some things that we have seen other cities do, that we've heard and over the last few years that we've tried to address this challenge. And here's our, let's begin a process, which, by the way, we really tried to make sure that many of those neighborhood associations, which were not aware of the process, often got word from us about the EPC hearings, and we heard them out. We were at those hearings. Many neighborhood leaders spoke at those EPC hearings and at our hearings. So you have to have something to react to. Certainly, I guess another way to make this legislation, and perhaps some councilors do this, is what should we do? We didn't take that approach. We said what's working, and what do we think we can use to try to build on, and let's ask people what they think. I think that's what we're doing here. Yeah. I think that's what we do in those neighborhood meetings, Councilor. And I will respectfully say, as a former neighborhood association president, and as someone who's active in my neighborhood association, that all of us live in neighborhoods, and I respect immensely the work that neighborhood associations do, and many people in this community, many people, small business owners, advocates, affordable housing providers have been included in this process, and all of them live in neighborhoods. They don't live outside the city, they live in neighborhoods, and they all have really good ideas about how we do this. So we have to listen to neighborhood associations, absolutely, and we have to listen to everybody.
Thank you. One final question. I need to let you know that you did not have a meeting in District 9, just by the way. There was one in 6 and 8, but just to be clear.
We had some, Councilor, Madam Chair, Councilor, I know it wasn't physically in your district, but many of your folks were there. It was a full house. It was a full house.
Okay, thank you. I'll have more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Coalitions, any neighborhood association or coalition that has supported the proposal? Or the changes to the IDO?
We hope, Madam Chair, Councilor, we hope so. We feel like we're still in the middle of deciding what the proposal is going to be. I think we would certainly perhaps think it would be an easier process to have our proposal accepted, but that's not how it works, Councilor. We're here to hear input from you all, first of all, as the policymakers and the governing body of the city, but we hope that with some compromise that we can get to a place where we'll have at least some neighborhood folks on board. And we know we have neighborhood individuals on board because most of us live in neighborhoods and many of us think this is a good idea. But I don't think any neighborhoods have taken an official position in favor, to my knowledge. And I think that's something we're working on. Certainly what we welcome.
Councilor Lewis, if I could just clarify, we did receive, and there might be more. There have been many emails about this, but I know that we all received one today from a neighborhood association in support. I did forward that, and it is in your iPads under the correspondence tab. So we do have at least one neighborhood association that wrote in with support on this. Did you have more questions, Councilor Lewis? Okay. All right. With that, I think we'll go to public comment. Mr. Moya? And I'll just remind folks, you have 2 minutes to speak. We have a lot of people signed up, so we are going to hold you to that 2-minute time frame. So when Mr. Moya calls you, please come down and be ready to go. And then on Zoom, we'll do Zoom second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Isaiah Torres, followed by Brenda Marks.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the council, I just want to say thank you again for all your service and all your work that you do here in the city of Albuquerque. I'm extremely thankful for what you guys do, so I just wanted to first lead off with that. But my name is Isaiah Torres. I'm currently a graduate student at the University of New Mexico and getting my degree in public policy. Currently, I hold 2 jobs, and one of the things that I'm very thankful for is that the 2 jobs that I've held have made me have the ability to be financially sustainable for myself so that I could continue to go to school, but at the same time being able to pursue my career as well. I'm enrolled as a full-time graduate student, and I've served in the past year as a political director for the Graduate Professional Student Association. And you could say that I have a lot on my plate, working 2 jobs, wanting to go to school, and so on and so forth. But one of the things I'm extremely grateful for is being able to have affordable housing. Currently, right now, my rent is affordable, which allows me to actually invest into the economy and also the ability to actually live my life and to build for the future. But at the same time, this is not similar for my fellow graduate students at UNM and throughout the state as well. For someone who has affordable housing, this certainly has alleviated a lot of my financial stress. However, this is not the case for a lot of graduate and professional students. According to UNM's Basic Needs Survey, a lot of our students are housing insecure, and that rate actually changes for our non-white and international students as well. Expanding the access to affordable housing can increase the spending on other basic necessities such as food, childcare, health care, and also student debts, which I have, and it will incur. But hopefully I'll pay it back. Like my mother always said, though, that school debt is always good debt, and I'm really sticking on that narrative. And getting my master's is not only an investment for myself, but an investment for my future and for my family that I intend to raise here in Albuquerque. And again, I just want to say that I'm in support of the Housing Forward Initiative, and I just want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Brenda Marks, followed by Anna Lamberson.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for letting us speak this evening. I'm Brenda Marks, and I live in Huning Castle. I'm a board member of the Huning Castle Neighborhood Association and chair of the board-appointed subcommittee that studied these IDO amendments. I have emailed copies of my written statement to each of you. It's far in excess of 2 minutes. I hope you received it. This amendment process was rushed, and your constituents have not had adequate time to digest it and understand its ramifications. I believe this to be true because I know my neighborhood didn't. You are taking far less time to pass these changes than the council recently took to decide whether to make ABQ bus fares free. The Environmental Planning Commission, your only constituent-based committee charged with reviewing this, had lots of problems with it. The EPC's 11923 official notification of decision at paragraph 33 recommended that council look carefully at limiting the premises in the R1 zone district to have either an ADU or a 2-family dwelling, pardon me, but not both. EPC also found that the elimination of height limits conflicted with the comprehensive plan and struck them. EPC also struck sections 5 and 6, leaving parking requirements as is. EPC at paragraph 19 said, quote, "The proposed text amendments conflict with comprehensive plan goals and policies related to centers and corridors, areas of change, desired growth, and transit-oriented development," end quote. EPC's skepticism should be enough to slow this down. There was no justification as to why these amendments were called an emergency. Why do everything at once? Slow this down, break it up, get public comment. This process from start to finish is almost complete, yet it only started October 31. less than 6 months ago. Your constituents deserve better.
Anna Lamberson, followed by Evelyn Feltner.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Anna Lamberson. I live in the Huning Castle neighborhood, and I was also a member of the Huning Castle subcommittee to look at O2254. I'm here because Huning Castle received insufficient notice in order to prepare comments to meet the January EPC meeting. Even after the community planning staff attended one of our board meetings, we didn't understand the proposal because IDO was never mentioned. Since then, we've been scrambling to come to an understanding. It's a very complex subject. We have emailed each of you our concerns in a letter a couple of weeks ago. I also have an annotated bibliography that is only references and facts. The mayor suggested that we ask the council for an overlay. But council will not support that, even though we meet the IDO requirements of the criteria in the IDO. I invite you to take a drive. You will see that Huning Castle is surrounded by neighborhoods that are pot-marked by vacant lots and will never be developed, either because they're not marketable or they have an overlay. We have no vacant lots in our R1, and we have no overlay. Neither our councilor nor our city staff can explain to us how eliminating R1 in our historic, highly marketable neighborhood will result in a more affordable housing. Nor have they explained when, where, and how we were failed to be offered any overlays when our surrounding neighborhoods obtained them. We now face a ready-made upzoning policy that will change established neighborhoods' character. Empirical evidence shows that upzoning policy has not reliably produced more affordable housing elsewhere. That's what's in this. I have many handouts. Rather, some upzoned cities have experienced gentrification, displacement, higher housing prices, and less low-cost single-family housing, and less neighborhood diversity.
Thank you, Ms. Lamberson. Councilor Bitten?
Ms. Lamberson, since you mentioned me specifically in your comments, yes, I do not support a character protection overlay for the purposes of not allowing secondary dwelling units. The whole idea of this program is to make it citywide, try to get it right, make it citywide. By the way, before 1955, there was no prohibition of any kind on secondary dwelling units prior to the enactment of the zoning code. So we're not talking about ancient history or some ancient property rights from the time when your very affluent neighborhood was developed. There may even be some there if I'm not mistaken, but I haven't done a survey. But the point is, if we were to start carving out special prohibitions, as Mr. Grego said, we might as well drop the proposal. This has got to be a citywide effort, and so that's what it's about. I know we haven't had a chance to talk personally, you and myself, but that's where I stand with it with regard to any neighborhood, yours included. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Evelyn Feltner, followed by Jane Beckel.
Evelyn Feltner, Secretary of District 7 Coalition, summarizing the discussion of 2 meetings that involved the topic of R1 and ADUs. We think ADUs should be conditional uses for these reasons. ADUs affect the immediate properties next to them, probably more than the properties on which they are. Most Northeast Heights neighborhoods have narrow side yards with gates to the backyard in those yards. Therefore, the ADU inhabitants and their visitors would be coming and going through the side yard. They would also have any deliveries. I have no idea how these people are getting mail, but any deliveries would also go through that side gate. The parking space would necessarily be in the driveways because most of the front yards are too small and the gates are too narrow to get a car into the backyard for a parking space. We also think that the city would get more bang for its buck by incentivizing or helping developers build more apartment blocks. For instance, there are 2 apartment blocks on Central in Ms. Grout's district. One is finished, the other one is already underway. They're going to house 204 people, assuming just 1 to a 1-bedroom and 2 to a 2-bedroom. It would take 68 ADUs, assuming 3 people each, to house that many people. The city also, we think, should be continuing the hotel conversions, but we doubt that those are long-term apartments, whereas building apartments really would be.
Thank you, Ms. Feltner.
Jane Beckel, followed by Chloe Caswell.
Madam Chair, councilors, I'm Jane Beckley, and I'm representing the Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association. These and our written comments have the unanimous endorsement of the SFVNA board. They reflect our engagement on these proposals, beginning with our first opportunity, the planning staff review meeting in November of 2022, and including last week's Northwest Quadrant meeting. The SFVNA is not reflexively opposed to careful and reasonable addition of an ADU to an R1 property. We are strongly opposed to the permissive addition of 2 additional dwelling units on all R1 property and view it as a real and significant risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the SFVNA neighborhood. Planning department staff have repeatedly asserted that existing IDO requirements would prevent harms to compact and modest neighborhoods. That can only be accurate if IDO requirements are promptly, consistently, and rigorously enforced. At a minimum, any additional dwelling unit should be a conditional use. We have consistently opposed increases in building heights. They would profoundly change the landscape across the city. We absolutely appreciate the amendments intended to protect overlay zones, add a neighborhood edge provision, and limit increased heights near major public open space. We believe the major public open space buffer should be larger to be effective. We also oppose the reintroduction of parking bonuses. In view of the actual availability of public transit on Albuquerque's west side, the proposal is currently being reviewed in the Albuquerque Ride Forward plan, and the absence of any evidence that the city has the capacity to significantly increase public transit, it does not seem reasonable to create housing where people will need a vehicle. To be clear, these are enormously consequential changes that few are aware of and fewer still understand. We request that this be deferred to a process where adequate input is available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chloe Caswell, followed by Mark Cumbo.
Hi, I'm Chloe Caswell. I'm a homeless services and supportive housing professional here in Albuquerque. I'm also the moderate and low-income representative on the city's Affordable Housing Committee. I want to start by saying that the general public and neighborhood associations are not professionals in housing policy, and evidence-based initiatives are often unpopular. According to the 2020 New Mexico Affordable Housing Needs Assessment, produced by the MFA, Albuquerque Metropolitan Statistical Area has a shortage of 49,422 affordable rental units in 2020. What this looks like on the ground is children sleeping in cars, adults living in tents, and sleeping on the street. It's inhumane, and people in this room may not think it's an emergency, but for people on the streets, it is an emergency. Zoning changes like the ones proposed in these amendments have been shown to increase housing availability across the board. Upzoning allows market rate development to produce more housing affordable to middle-income households, which frees up low-cost housing that middle-class residents are currently occupying. The most affordable housing is often in multi-unit complexes, which are currently disallowed in 68% of the zoned properties in the city. Current single-family zoning is problematic in numerous ways. Places with exclusionary zoning, like we have now, have much lower proportions of Black and Hispanic residents and have historically used these zoning practices to exclude poor people of color. Additionally, low-density urbanization patterns and, by implication, single-family zoning have been consistently linked with high rates of automobile use and emissions, which is irresponsible considering our current climate crisis. Like with any policy proposal, this one could be implemented poorly, but this is not reflective of the policy itself. Increased gentrification is a legitimate concern in regards to these policies. The city should be cognizant of this fact and take precautionary steps to prevent it. I ultimately implore City Council to approve these amendments. If the city doesn't do something drastic in this crisis, we'll continue to see more and more people dying on the streets.
Mark Cumbo, followed by Diego Lopez.
Unless Mark is on Zoom.
No, we'll go to Diego Lopez, followed by Rhiannon Samuel.
Okay. Thank you, Council, for seeing me today. I'm for the Housing Forward Initiative. I have seen similar things in my travels in Seattle, Portland, and Minneapolis. They've been very successful. I would suggest considering easing parking restrictions for building. I think individual transportation is going to change drastically in the coming generations. It's just not environmentally feasible for everybody to have a car, and we're going to wake up eventually. The nuisance abatement strategy of Mr. Griego is desperately needed in this city. We have so much opportunity in so many neighborhoods to make them so much better, but we have all this housing stock. I have a friend who owns a repair shop, Rubio's Repair. It's right across the street from the new Central Avenue library, and homeless everywhere, and having to use a gun to get people out of his shop. And it's so bad, and we need to really focus on that. We need to clean this city up. And as far as Mr. Griego saying that we have all these temporary workers coming here, and you're going to limit short-term rentals, it just doesn't make sense at this time. I think it's a really bad strategy. Don't be afraid of a new application, a new way to market. It's not good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Rhiannon Samuel, followed by John Bolton.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rhiannon Samuel, and I represent NAIOP. I'd like to speak about a few amendments you are considering this evening. Let me start with NAIOP's opinion on the entire Housing Forward plan and put the issue quite plainly. We are in a housing crisis in Albuquerque. By now, the council has heard multiple presentations that outline the severity of this issue, and the simple solution to it all is to build more. Our association and our members oppose tonight's amendments A1 and A5. ADUs and duplexes help to increase the housing supply, provide more affordable options for residents, and organically increase density over time. We also oppose Amendment A6, but we support Amendment A7. These conversions will help alleviate barriers to getting these types of units on the market. At one point, our association was pushing for hot plates instead of induction stoves. But after many conversations, we are in a place to accept this change if it means that we can move forward to help fix this housing crisis. In summary, I respectfully ask this committee to vote no on A1, A5, and A6, and please support A7. Thank you.
Ms. Samuels, I didn't quite hear what you said about the kitchen exemption.
Correct. So the amendment before you this evening is for an induction stove. Right. Initially, when we spoke at EPC, we were against this and in favor of hot plates. We have since changed and we are in favor of A7.
Okay, thank you. Just want to be clear.
And I'm sorry, could you just repeat the support and opposition numbers one more time?
Of course. We respectfully ask that you vote no on A1, A5, and A6, and support A7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Bolton, followed by Arthur Jimenez.
Good evening, councilors. My name is John Bolton. I'm a proud resident and neighbor in the International District. I'm also the founder and co-executive director of East Central Ministries. I've come here to share my strong support for both the city's Housing Forward initiative and those changes to the zoning and the IDO. I don't think they go far enough, but it's a good start. I support you moving forward in this because it is a start, and it creates a vision for how we can move together in our solutions to this housing crisis. We all want homes in neighborhoods where we can walk to the park, where our kids can play in the front yard, where we can enjoy because it's safe and everyone's healthy. I've committed the last 24 years of my life to helping create this reality in the International District. Our community development work through ECM has worked towards solutions, some of them on housing, including a small housing cooperative started 15 years ago where 13 families still pay incredibly affordable rates and build equity. I live right off of Central Avenue between Central and Zuni. From my front yard, I can see our beautiful new library. So I'm in the heart of where it is. And I choose to be there because I love my neighborhood and I want to find solutions along with you in this. But we are in a crisis. People are in crisis. We don't have access to homes that people can afford because there just aren't enough homes and rental costs have increased too much. Many who oppose this will talk about their own personal preferences or personal comfort. I'm saying we need you as leaders to help lift our collective eyes above our own personal interests to what we all need together. So I'm in support of this. Thank you very much.
Arthur Jimenez, followed by Johanna Stein.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Arthur Jimenez. I'm here on behalf of UNM College Democrats, where I'm an officer, secretary of the group, and also I'm a resident of District 5. So this issue speaks to me because my family has deep roots here in New Mexico, but I grew up in Colorado. Because of the affordable housing crisis that is affecting the entire country, I was forced to basically abandon that life in Colorado and come to New Mexico, where thankfully I had family, but I had to start over all new. I left so much behind that I can never get back, all because I reached the end of the line as far as housing goes. I moved 4 times in 1 year because I couldn't stay in one place because the rent was either being tripled or quadrupled, or the house was being sold for $1 million. So I'm here to advocate on behalf of these amendments and this housing plan because I think that, as we've heard, a start is something. Every moment that we wait, this crisis gets worse and worse and worse. There are people on the street. There are people who are living in their cars. There are people who go to work every day. They work hard. They've done everything right. They did exactly as they were told that they should do to achieve the American dream, and yet they cannot get it. So we have to rise above this situation. As the person who spoke before me said, we need to start thinking collectively and not as individual interests. So I'm here to advocate that these amendments be passed and that this plan be supported. Thank you very much.
Johanna Stein, followed by Charla Parsons.
Hi, thanks so much for having me today. And I just want to recognize the immense privilege that I have to actually be able to come to a meeting like this. There are hundreds of people in this city who don't have affordable housing who would never be able to come to a meeting like this to advocate for themselves. Small pockets, maybe neighborhood associations in specific high-value neighborhoods may be coming to advocate to say no ADUs because they don't want change in their neighborhoods. The people who really need this bill to pass can't come here because they need to be at work or they need to be taking care of their families. But what this is really going to allow, especially ADUs and casitas, is those that have homes to be able to monetize them in different ways, to support relatives, to support children, to be able to allow families to create generational wealth. And it's a really important thing that you guys are doing here. Some of the other things can also profoundly affect the scale of affordable housing, but the one thing that puts it in individual families' hands is ADUs and casitas. And that's one of the things that any individual wants to have the power and the choice to be able to allow for that. And in the 60s and 70s, we allowed ADUs and casitas all over the city of Albuquerque. So this is not a massive, drastic change. It's just a reversion. I own 3 of those buildings in Albuquerque, and we try and keep our rents affordable. And those units wouldn't exist if they were built today, because they wouldn't be allowed. And we'd really like to be able to create more affordable housing and provide support for those who need it. Thank you so much.
Charlotte Parsons, followed by Timothy Krebs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councilors. My name is Charlotte Parsons. I am a professional residential resale realtor. I'm the director of business and outreach for Seed New Mexico. We're an organization who works to advocate for small businesses throughout the state. And most importantly, I'm a resident in the neighborhood in the Northeast Heights of Albuquerque. I am here in full support of the ordinance 02254. We are looking at a basic supply and demand issue here, and I think this will help us to solve our supply issues in Albuquerque. I support the ADUs, the hotel-motel conversions, the duplexes, the changing of the height restrictions, and the changing of the parking requirements, including those amendments that were made from Council Fibecorn. I would like to say that I do not support the amendments A1, A5, and A6. I think making the ADUs conditional creates an inequitable situation, and it also posits housing as potentially harmful, which feels discriminatory to me. It adds costs and time unnecessarily, and we just don't have that time. In my field, we are constantly looking for homes that have casitas, homes that have multifamily situations, for people who either wish to live in a multi-generational way, they have elderly parents, they have adult children with special needs, sometimes they just need the extra income. And it's very rare that we're able to make that happen for our clients, and that's disappointing. Nearly half of Albuquerque renters are cost burdened. We need to remove the barriers to development to come to get our community members into affordable housing. Also, in my opinion, R1 zoning in general is exclusionary and unnecessary, and it's keeping us in a holding pattern that pushes our people onto the streets. I think we've seen several community meetings. We've seen studies come out from the University of Notre Dame and Harvard University. We have a white paper that we've seen. It's time now. So thank you so much for your time, councilors. Thank you.
Timothy Krebs, followed by Will Gleason.
Madam Chair and councilors, my name is Dr. Tim Krebs. I'm a professor of political science at the University of New Mexico. I specialize in urban politics and policy. I've been helping the mayor's team with the research related to Housing Forward, ABQ. Research clearly shows that market conditions associated with rental prices and rental vacancies is the chief cause of homelessness. It also shows that housing is less likely to be produced in cities that make it harder for the market to build housing. The housing crisis in Albuquerque is real, as it is in cities across the United States. Housing Forward, ABQ, addresses the issue of housing from a number of different angles. If passed by the council, this plan will make it easier to convert hotels, motels, and commercial properties to market rate and affordable housing, loosen zoning regulations to encourage more multifamily housing, limit short-term rentals to keep longer-term rentals on the market, protect landlords and tenants, and develop the local residential construction workforce needed to bring new developments to fruition. Mayor Keller's plan reflects best practices from other cities and best thinking about how to tackle our housing shortage. It is balanced, reasonable, and evidence-based. The breadth of this proposal is what gives me confidence that it will work. It's about, taken as a whole, it's about unleashing the market. Moreover, housing policy is not just about housing. It's also about economic development and environmental protection. Our economic development efforts in the city are at risk if we cannot house the people who live here and the people that we want to attract to Albuquerque. Research also shows that low-density infill projects work to provide decent, lower-cost housing. I urge your support for this collection of reforms. Thank you.
Will Gleason, followed by Michael Peters.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Will Gleason. I'm an urban planner at Decker Parrish Sabatini and the chair of Urban Land Institute New Mexico. And I want to speak on behalf of the Urban Land Institute. We held a housing forum workshop last fall where a lot of the ideas in the Albuquerque's Housing Forward were, I think, gelled and their recommendations were informed somewhat by our workshop. And that workshop really had some neighborhood people. It had some people in the development industry, but it was really a mix of neighborhood people, city people, people in the housing industry. And some of the recommendations that we came up are very similar to what you're considering here tonight. So we support ADUs, we support reduced parking, and we support duplexes. And I know duplexes are a tough one, but as the professor just said, you know, this is just unleashing market forces. It's not as if this changes, and you all know this, the city overnight. This is a very, very incremental process. And I think the prospect of duplexes popping up all over the city is fairly limited. It's something that there's only a few, situations where I think that is going to be the right solution. But let the market figure that out a little more than just saying no to that. So I would urge your support, and I echo some of the same amendments opposing A1, 5, and 6, and supporting A7. Thank you.
Michael Peters, followed by Sarah Walker.
Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Michael Peters. I'm a student at the University of New Mexico. I'm here with the College Democrats who I've come to stand in support of all of the amendments on this docket. So I think that fundamentally part of the problem is that rents have gone up dramatically, right? And on top of that, housing demand is relatively inelastic. What that means is that no matter how much you increase the prices of houses, people still need to live somewhere. And so people won't buy less housing and market forces won't drive the prices of housing down when demand gets too high, right? Which is why we need supply side interventions like the ones in this proposal. What this proposal does by changing these zoning laws, by opening up all of these areas for casitas, for duplexes, for higher buildings, is it increases the supply and attacks the prices on that side. And that's really important. The current minimum wage in Albuquerque is $12 an hour, $2,080 a month. Median wage in Albuquerque is $25,000 or about $2,500 bucks a month. And the current average monthly rent in Albuquerque is $800 to $1,684 a month. So is it any wonder then that nearly half of Albuquerque residents, as we've stated, are cost burdened? They're spending 30% or more of their income on their rents, probably more than 30% by quite a substantial margin. One of the other main things is that Housing Forward Albuquerque has talked about in their initiative the idea of providing renter protections. I think that's fundamentally important. That's the other side of the supply side issue. In particular, they mentioned House Bill 6, Senate Bill 411, which didn't get passed. And I actually, College Dems, we got to work with some senators on that. I was closely working with Senator Ortiz-Pino. And because that failed, there's a lot of renter protections we don't have that we need. And so that's probably where I'd say our next steps are beyond just increasing supply. Thank you.
Sarah Walker, followed by Renee Horvath.
Hi, thank you. This was impulsive on my part. I just read some of this at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I do have concerns as a homeowner in Parkland Hills. My concerns are with the duplex and with the height. I saw a neighborhood in Denver that I went to every year for 12 years completely change because the zoning allowed duplexes. So what happened was these wonderful, charming, single-family homes were torn down and in their, from the 20s, 30s, 40s, bungalows, beautiful. And in their place were very large boxes that were duplexes, that were 3 stories high, that were, took up most of the lots, took away the sunlight from your from the neighbors' windows, sunlight from their gardens. And probably 50% of the houses in that neighborhood have been just gone. They're gone. And the duplexes are very expensive. I mean, they're $500,000. I mean, that does not address homelessness in any way I can see. So I think there's unintended consequences, and I'm real concerned as just for my quality of life. I really want affordable housing. I really hope we can work with wonderful ways to help the homeless. You know, that's necessary. But this is a huge change that I think people in Albuquerque should know about, and they should be able to vote on, and they should understand it better. I was gone November, December, January because I had a sick family member. It reminds me of art where all of a sudden things are going through and people don't understand or know. I haven't heard about this talked in my neighborhood association. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Erin Hill.
Good evening. My name is Renee Horvath. I'm with the West Side Coalition and the Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association. And we worked with the Intercoalition to submit the latest letter, and we do support what's on that letter. We do have a lot of concerns about the housing forward because we feel like this is major zone changes that affects the quality of life in our neighborhoods, change the character of the neighborhoods. The only meetings that we participated in, it was not those workshops that were mentioned, but just the EPC. We learned what is being proposed at the EPC hearing. We only have 2 minutes to, address some of these issues. I think community engagement, which was mentioned earlier this evening, is important, that we could have addressed a lot of these issues and bring out these concerns before they were submitted to the EPC. And that would have been helpful to get a package ready to address all the concerns before it even went to the EPC and then to you for a final vote. So the big concerns, we had a meeting last week, one of the quadrant meetings. This was the first time those people heard about it, and they were not happy with all this changing the R1 zoning to basically RT zoning, townhouse zoning. And there was concerns about parking, not enough. A lot of the lots in Albuquerque are really small, and is there enough parking for all these 3 units that could possibly be on a site? And the other concern was investors are going to take advantage of this and buy a house and duplex it and build a casitas, and they're going to take advantage of this. It's not really going to help the housing situation or the homeless situation or make it affordable. Maintaining views, solar access, privacy. Building heights is a big issue.
Thank you,
and
Ms.
parking
Horvath.
reductions
Next speaker,
is
please.
too. Thank you.
Erin Hill, followed by Patricia Wilson on Zoom.
Madam Chair, Council, I do not have the privilege to care about views or neighborhood character or any of these things, because I am one of the 50% of people in Albuquerque who are renters who are rent burdened. I spend over 1/3 of my income helping my 50-year-old parents pay their rent because the 3 full-time jobs they work between them are not enough for our monthly rent. My brother and many of my friends in college have to share a suburban house with 5 or 6 roommates. My brother is 30 years old and has a wife and is 10 years into his career, and he cannot afford anything more than to share a living room in a suburban home with 6 people. I personally work for the county government. I am going to graduate school. 20 or 30 years ago, I would have had a nice middle-class job where I could support a wife and buy a house, and I cannot afford to live anywhere except my high school bedroom. I do not give a damn about property values. What I care about is having a roof over my head. What my friends care about is having a roof over their head. And we, people under the age of 40 or 30, have keen ears and long memories, and when you vote on this, we will remember what you said. I would take a casita over being homeless. I would take a townhouse over having to share it with a dozen people, because at least that way I have my own space. At least that way I am not living in a tenement house, because we are not a small town. We are a city. Density is coming. This is a reckoning. And what we get a choice on is whether that is in carefully controlled casitas and duplexes and apartment buildings that are retrofitted, or whether it is in tenement homes being stuck in random suburban neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
Madam Chair and councilors, my letter to the editor in yesterday's Albuquerque Journal clearly stated my personal support for the ideas of Housing Forward, with its smart growth suggestions regarding infill, adaptive reuse, missing middle development, etc., but that it needs to be separated from the IDO annual text update process. I live in the Near Heights Community Planning Area, or CPA. Our assessment report was accepted by council earlier this month. It is a wonderful document, fine-grained in its assessment of both ADUs and walls and fences and lots of other issues. Plans are made to be followed, not shelved. O2254 effectively shelves our comprehensive plan and our 12 CPAs that were first developed 28 years ago. We have good plans. Let's follow them. Please defer O2254, but that notwithstanding, I urge support of Amendment A4, ADU setbacks. Thank you very much.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Russell Brito.
Hello, I'm Peter Kalitzis speaking on behalf of Parkland Hills Neighborhood Association, augmenting our prior comments. First point is, as the EPC was talking about, we would recommend that either duplexes or ADU, not both, because permitting 3 residences that were designed for a single-family property is really significant adverse impact. Additionally, requiring off-street parking, another important aspect. The changes to these going with three units on a single lot, and also allowing changing office to residential, need to look at the comprehensive plan and the IDO. The IDO specific districts, all the non-residential, specifically are meant to buffer or not increase impact by having more residential. They specifically go against it. So if you are going to add that, because we desperately need housing, you need to change all the non-residential sections of the IDO in order to go along with it. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Russell Brito, followed by Julie Drakey.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Russell Brito. I am the Vice President of the recently restarted Los Griegos Neighborhood Association, also known as LGNA. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on O2254, specifically to support the allowance of accessory dwelling units in the R1 and RA zone districts. Our boundaries encompass approximately 480 acres, 2/3 of which are zoned ROA. Almost 1/3 is zoned R1, and there's some limited R2 and MX along the edges. We have a long history of multi-generational living arrangements, both ADUs and family compounds that stretches back generations. In your bill packets, you will find LGNA's letter of support for ADUs that was sent to the EPC and the City Council in November 2022. I want to express my and my association's gratitude for Councilor Benton's and Jones' sponsorship of Amendment A2 that reflects EPC's condition to allow ADUs in the RA zone district. Regarding Amendment A5, A5 is contrary to Los Griego Neighborhoods Association's position that supports ADUs as a permissive use. I want to give a big shout out to the hardworking staffs of the Planning Department and Council Services for facilitating the IDO annual update because this coordinated effort brings land use entitlements and regulations even closer to the comprehensive plan's vision for land use, growth, and service provision. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Julie Drakey, followed by Michael Brasher. Julie, if you could unmute, please.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair and Councilors. Previously, I've been involved in the submission of comments from the ICC, District 9 Coalition, Embudo Canyon Neighborhood Association, and submitted comments for myself regarding Ordinance 2254. I heard similar concerns at the EPC meetings, public comments at City Council, at the Holiday Park public meeting, so I won't repeat those. Within the letters that we submitted opportunities for compromise, recognizing there is a housing need in Albuquerque and we want to be part of the solution. Now I speak on behalf of Embudo Canyon Neighborhood Association, who voted to oppose the massive zoning change, particularly in light of the cover analysis that accompanies 2254 that states zoning will change from R1 to RT. Now, speaking for myself, also related to the cover analysis, specifically to number 4, stating that there is no financial cost of this ordinance. This means departments responsible for review and inspection of housing construction will remain understaffed, unable to support compliance, unable to enforce the rules and regulations, and unable to provide services for smart growth that taxpayers and our community deserves. Given the previous comments, I look forward to working with Mr. Griego on possible compromises. Thank you very much.
Michael Brasher, followed by Teresa Ferris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. First, I'd like to ask that we defer action be taken on this and have an opportunity for more discussion within the general public. Then I'd also like to say thank you very much to Councilor Grout for submitting your amendments. Some of them deserve very serious consideration. Councilor, thank you. Hopefully the other councilors will follow your example, get their amendments out to the general public so people can have a better understanding of what is planned in this Housing Forward action. And I hope that we can avoid late night floor amendments when the final vote is taken. I hope that the general public will watch it very carefully. I think it's very important. Also, Mayor Ruskin 74 created the scattered housing policy, and he did that with the idea that you don't want to create pockets of poverty. The hotel conversions, we need to watch that and be very careful and maintain that scattered housing policy. I think it's critical. And the need for code enforcement people, of course, is critical. Councilors, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Teresa Ferris, followed by Rachel Biggs.
Hi,
Thank you for your time. I'm Teresa Ferris, and this is my husband, Eric. We have submitted our responses in writing, and it would take us about 20 minutes to go through all of them. So we just want to respond, if we can, to things that we've heard today. And specifically to Dr. Griego, who said that because we do, although we support a lot of what's in this ordinance, we do not support the R1 changing of allowing duplexes. It was stated that this decision was done as evidence-based, reasonable, rational, and incremental. And we would argue that it is actually none of those things. Evidence-based. At the meeting at Holiday Park 2 weeks ago, the city admitted they had not done any surveying to tell whether our current infrastructure could support these changes. They also admitted they don't have any idea of how many people might be interested in putting in duplexes or converting to duplexes. Also, at the last meeting at Taylor Ranch a week ago, they admitted they don't have any data as to whether or not where it's been put in other cities, whether it's working. In fact, the evidence when we looked at it indicates that in many of those cities, housing prices have skyrocketed because developers have come in and put up really high-end duplexes that are actually gentrifying neighborhoods more than before. Reasonable. We would argue that it is not reasonable to put this through in this manner where city and state law to notify property owners in writing directly is not being followed. Rational. We would argue this is not a rational way to go about this change, because if R1 literally means residential, one family, a more rational way to go about this would be to say, we want to change your zoning to R2, meaning residential, two family. And then that way it would require that to follow the law, and it wouldn't be legislative in nature, that you would have to notify each and every property owner in writing. And lastly, incremental. I don't know how you could say that changing the entire zoning across the city at one time in any way is incremental. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
It looks like Rachel Biggs was disconnected, so our next speaker will be Carletta Bradley, followed by Sandra McCardell.
Hello, my name is Carletta, and I would like to share personal testimony with you. I have a 49-year-old brother who has suffered from epilepsy, mental illness, and other disabilities all of his life. Currently, he is living at his friend's shed, which has no running water nor electricity, but he's proud because it's a space that he can call his own. Because of the current R1 zoning regulations, although I have capacity, I'm unable to provide a humane place for my brother to call his home as he strives to maintain his dignity and independence. I'm happy to see that the regulation is being revisited, and I'm hopeful that we can reach a decision that can come to a compromise to help families such as myself. Thank you so much.
Sandra McCardell, followed by Tim Nisley.
Good evening, Madam Chair and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening. My name is Sandra McCardell, and I'm the owner of a small energy efficiency green building business, as well as a daughter. I speak in support of Housing Forward Albuquerque and this ordinance for 3 reasons. First, as a daughter, I would like the opportunity to ask my 95-year-old mother to stay with me. But my home is not suitable, and she likes her independence. Second, I'm concerned about being able to hire good employees when there is insufficient good quality housing for them to live in. And third, I believe that Albuquerque needs more private investors to help address housing challenges by adapting unused or derelict buildings to provide additional housing. And I believe this ordinance will help make that possible. Thank you all for your work on behalf of those who call Albuquerque home. Thank you.
Tim Nisley, followed by Angela Merkert.
Hi, my name is Tim Nisley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly on this. I'm a community and economic development professional. I spent 10 years working at the Rio Grande Community Development Corporation on responsible development for the South Valley. I currently work in real estate. I buy derelict, rundown properties, and we fix them up and put them back to service. I'm on the board of the Brawls Community Coalition, the city's Small Business Regulatory Advisory Board, and the Construction Industries Commission for the state. So I spend a lot of time looking at the interaction between government, business, and how it affects our neighborhoods. I support these changes to the IDO. I believe they align with the original vision of the IDO, which I worked on many years ago with many community meetings. I believe it will make housing more affordable, and I believe that is one of the most pressing crises that we have here in Albuquerque and New Mexico. I do not support amendments A1, A5, and A6. We simply need more housing units. That's all there is to it. Affordability is critical to quality of life in Albuquerque. I've been in community development for a long time, and this is a great step forward for the city of Albuquerque. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Looks like Angela left the meeting as well, so our next speaker will be Terry Storch, followed by Ian Robertson.
Hi, thank you very much, Madam Chair and councilors. My name is Terry Storch, and I'd like to say that I support the Albuquerque's Housing Forward proposal. I'm in favor of 2254, and I can't duplicate the eloquence of a lot of the speakers before me, the experts who talk about why this is economically sound, why this will create good housing, and I cannot in any way, shape, or form duplicate the eloquence of some of the younger speakers, the graduate students, the people living with families. And I can fully hear them say, why should I care about a view when I'm sharing a house with 12 other people and living in the room I lived in as a high schooler? Now, I have to say with another speaker that I am very concerned about gentrification. And I'm very concerned about those unintended consequences, rapacious developers who don't build things that are affordable, that don't build things that are on a human scale, and don't build things that are attractive. But my vote is with this proposal, because we have to say yes, and we have to try, because we have, who is it that is living in housing insecurity? It's kids, aunts, uncles, parents. It's the people who work in our schools, who work in our health clinics, who work in our favorite upscale restaurant. I live in the near North Valley. I have a casita that's it was in the house when my husband and I bought it in 1980. We live in a much, much older neighborhood, very mixed income. I say leave it up to the homeowners to have neighbors living behind them that are good neighbors and to keep their place nice. I am against the color coordination for ADUs. I think that's grounds for a lot of nuisance lawsuits. Thank you very much.
Ian Robertson, followed by Kristen Green.
Madam Chair and councilors, thank you for your time. My name is Ian Robertson. I'm a homeowner in the North Campus neighborhood. I'm here to support the ordinances with the amendments A2 and A7 specifically, which help eliminate existing barriers to a diverse and thriving housing market that will promote lower rental rates and promote more housing options. At this moment, there are residents who are feeling the pressure on their ability to house themselves and their families. We've watched fear dominate this conversation around housing in this city for too long. I'm here to ask our elected councilors to take this opportunity to lead from the front and acknowledge that continuing to fight sensible alleviations will only deepen the existing crisis. Building more units is our way out, and this ordinance is our chance to make that happen. I've heard a number of people tonight say they want affordable housing, they want to help the unhoused, they want lower rent, they want to stop the brain drain our state experiences, but there's always a catch. And I've watched that in this city for a very long time. There's always a catch. What I'm asking is for people to allow the possibility that they might be wrong about some of their fears about this housing crisis. Let's do what's right for our city's residents, the economy, and young people who want to stay here, but feel that that is impossible in the current conditions. Thank you.
Kristen Green, followed by Peggy Norton.
Good evening, Madam Chair and councilors. I'm speaking today as an Elder Homestead Neighborhood Association board member, speaking against O2254, as it could disproportionately affect marginalized and low-income neighborhoods. What's to stop a developer from coming in and offering $30,000 to $40,000 over asking price on a house which is more than a poor family can say no to. A block of 20 single-family homes could suddenly double or triple in density with no recourse for adjacent homeowners due to permissive status. Those left owning homes will see front yards become parking lots and residents squeezed out of street parking. We're told not to worry, code enforcement won't let that happen. But in my half of District 6, about a quarter of the homes have 3 or 4 cars parked in front yards. It's unsightly and an environmental hazard. Despite many neighbors calling, code enforcement has rarely seen fit to handle the issue. The sweeping changes from 2254 aren't going to affect the people pushing it, such as planners, developers, or this administration. They live in gated communities under HOAs, historic overlays, or other protective covenants. How nice it must be to live in a legacy neighborhood where changes you place on others will never impact you personally. City Council voted against protecting tenants' rights when it comes to predatory practices by landlords. How can we believe that they'll protect marginalized neighborhoods from predatory developers? We need housing, and there's no denying that. But we don't need hastily assembled, one-size-fits-all solutions that seem geared toward turning over and turning out residents who are less desirable than others in favor of developers. There are better ways, including mandating all new developments to be mixed income, thereby ending economic segregation and the stigma of affordable housing. A $75,000 new casita is unlikely to be rented affordably. Again, I urge a defer on 2254 or decouple it and treat it as the major citywide change it is, rather than a minor change to the IDO. Thank you.
Peggy Norton, followed by Carol Miller.
Hello, I'm Peggy Norton, and I have to say I'm president of the North Valley Coalition, and due to another project I have been working on, I have failed to spend the many hours neighborhood associations have followed to understand all these changes. I am disturbed that it says the North Valley Coalition sent in a letter supporting the Amendment 2, which allows in agricultural districts. We did not have a meeting, and we did not send in a letter, so that is a misstatement. I'm concerned that CPOs will not be protected and that height limits, which were a big issue in these apartments going up on 4th Street, we got a maximum height limit to our CPO, but now I see that that could be doubled again. I'm concerned about parking because another big issue has been this permit-only parking. So rather than a development providing parking, we're going to close off the street to people parking. I also feel the only reason I'm stabilized in my rent is that I own my home. And I see nothing encouraging ownership. I got it through New Mexico Financial Authority, a down payment. And, you know, if you keep renting, you're at the market of rents. That's just the way it happens to be. I'd like to see some of this. I know in our area, ADUs are supportive. I like that idea of if you can either do a duplex or an ADO. Let's ease it in and then have time to look at it later. Amendments take several years to make changes to policies that don't work. Thank you.
Carol Miller, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the issue, an important issue of equitable housing for everyone. My name is Carol Miller, and I live in the Four Hills Village. I own my own home. It's a nice neighborhood. However, I have to drive through the intersection of Central and Tramway every time I go anywhere and anytime I return home. And I see people in tents. I see people on the corner asking for food and other kinds of help. And so even though I own my own home, I see very clearly the need for housing for everyone from all incomes and backgrounds. So I support Housing Forward Albuquerque 6 sections in their proposal O2254. And I also just wanted to say that people who need housing are not dangerous per se, because just because they need housing does not mean necessarily that they are dangerous. I was raised in a duplex, and I seem to be an okay supporting citizen, active in Indivisible Albuquerque and progressive issues. And I would also like to say that I support the IDO Annual Update Amendment A3 about the commercial parking requirements, sponsored by Tammy Feeblecorn. And I also support the amendments of the Housing Forward Ordinance A2, A3, A4, and A7. Thanks so much.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Maria Griego.
Hey, trying to get my video started, but every time I turn it on, you folks turn it off. Okay, now you've got me. Hello, members of the committee, councilors. My name's Rosemary Blanchard. I am currently a resident of District 2. But if this Housing Forward initiative is improved, I hope to become a resident of District 6. And I hope to do that by being able to put a casita, or if it turns out to be more economic, a little duplex, but I suspect casita, in my daughter's backyard, so that we can continue our support of each other as I get older and as their needs change. And I think this is a very New Mexican thing to do. So I'm hoping that you will, and to me, it's delightful that this change that I have been looking forward to for so long is also a change that will help so many people who are challenged by housing, lack of housing, to find alternative ways of putting themselves in an autonomous living situation. Intergenerational living compounds are very New Mexican, and they're also an important way that families can take care of each other today. The COVID-19 pandemic changed the way many families, mine included, looked at the relationship between residents of family members and caring for each other. Suddenly, seniors who were in senior living were blocked off, and you couldn't get near them, and they couldn't come out. And I had even been thinking of senior living, but as that arose, I realized I wanted to be where I could help my family, they could help me, and that's what this O2254 will do. And I hope you will support it, not only for those in marginalized housing situations, but for families who are trying to do the best by each other. So thank you so much.
Maria Griego, followed by Jim Strozier.
Thank you. My name is Maria Griego. I'm an attorney with the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty and the Director of Economic Equity. The Center on Law and Poverty supports the Housing Forward initiative and this ordinance, and appreciates the intended outcome to reduce barriers to housing and incentivize the development of new units to increase the city's housing supply. These steps are crucial given the unprecedented housing crisis currently plaguing the city of Albuquerque. With record-growing inflation, rising rents, stagnant wages, and an ever-increasing number of unsheltered and housing insecure Burqueños, the city must take swift solution-oriented action to increase the city's housing supply. As you have heard from other commenters, nearly 1/3 of New Mexicans rent the home they live in. And while the minimum wage is $12, the wages need to rent a basic two-bedroom apartment is $17.56 an hour. This is not sustainable. Despite the comments earlier that there should be no rush to pass this through, we are in a dire emergency and the city must act quickly. So I encourage you to adopt this proposal, which will increase housing supply. And the best way to solve the housing crisis is with housing. Thank you.
Jim Strozier, followed by Ann Lynn Hall.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this topic this evening. My name is Jim Strozier, and I'm the current president of NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate Association. Housing is critical to our community, economic development, and our quality of life. We are on record as supporting the Housing Forward amendments to help deliver more housing to our community. Increasing the supply and variety of housing is the best way to ensure that housing is affordable to all of our residents. There are several new amendments on tonight's agenda that I would like to address. We are in support of amendments A2, adding the RA zone, and A7 regarding hotel conversions. These amendments will help move the needle forward and help to eliminate barriers to addressing our housing crisis. We are opposed to Amendment A1 regarding duplexes, A5 requiring conditional use for ADUs, and A6, which is basically the counter amendment to Amendment A7. And the reason that we're opposed to these amendments is that they basically put more barriers to the creation of new housing rather than eliminate them. It's important to note that both the duplex amendment and the ADU amendments are really solutions that are long-term. They're organic ways to increase density over time. And I feel strongly that they ultimately will benefit the neighbors where we see that happen over time. The goal of the Housing Forward Initiative is to eliminate barriers, and we support that goal. Amendments A1, A5, and A6 do not meet that objective. We also appreciate the efforts to find middle ground and solutions related to ADUs, height, and parking, which are addressed in amendments A3, A4, A8, A9, and A10. Thank you so much.
Ann Lynn Hall, followed by Vinay Rogers.
Good evening, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Ann Lynn Hall, and I am the CEO of Prosperity Works. Our work is to advocate for systems that support economic prosperity. And we all know that housing is foundational to economic prosperity. I'm here today to ask you to support increased housing options for our community. We have a housing crisis in Albuquerque. Families who live below the poverty line spend at least half of their income on housing, with 1 in 4 families spending 70% on their rent and utilities. We have 1,300 people each night in Albuquerque who are experiencing homelessness, and we are short 15,000 affordable housing units right now. We have a moral obligation to meet this need quickly. There are solutions on the table now that will address our housing shortage. The changes proposed to the IDO that provide additional ways to increase housing units are important changes to the IDO. We absolutely should allow duplexes to be built in R1 zones. Duplexes are a way to increase units without huge impacts to neighborhoods. We should also allow accessory dwelling units as permissive. This is also an easy way to increase housing units. We should seek to find creative solutions that provide needed housing for our community, including hotel conversions with kitchenettes, adjusting parking, and increasing height requirements. If you had to choose between being unhoused or having safe, affordable housing with a kitchenette, which would you choose? As I listen tonight, I believe that we need to acknowledge the impact on racial equity of this housing conversation. I urge your support of the Housing Forward changes to the IDO to increase housing access. Thank you.
Vinay Rogers, followed by Richard Schaefer.
Hi,
Excuse me.
And firstly, thank you for what you guys do. This is the first time I'm sitting on a meeting like this. And it's very interesting to see what everyone has to say. And it is no secret that we are in a housing crisis. I came to Albuquerque 17 years ago, and it was a very different city from what it is right now. And when I was introduced to these IDO changes, Ordinance 2254, which I absolutely support, it got me excited to be a part of the city and the community that wants to make a difference for the less fortunate. And, you know, I can go on about, just like so many people have said, the idea is to make us sit. If we want to, not about competing, but we want to welcome people. When I came here, I was welcomed, and you know, I'd like to do the same for others. As we see industry expanding, we don't want to we don't want it to be a situation where people are ready to invest and bring our city to, bring it up, and then we don't have housing for all the people that they want to, that would be needed to, run their organization. So I'm in full support of ordinance 2254, and that's all I have to say. And again, thank you for what you do. You guys are sitting here late in the evening listening to all of us, and I appreciate that.
Richard Schaefer, followed by Ian Mentkin.
Hello, I'm an officer in the Vista Grande Neighborhood Association and in Westcona, the West Side Coalition, and I can assure you we were not consulted on any of this. There were presentations that people in the audience always felt was a done deal as it came forward. As a result, we're very appreciative of Councilor Renee Grout's amendments to the bill. And I would like to take a slightly different tack. We've written in comments, but I'd like to say, don't declare war on Albuquerque's middle-class neighborhoods. This city is below average pricing for its single family, for its housing. It is below average right now. And we don't need to break single family housing R1 in order to accommodate more people. We should not be in that race to the bottom. If Albuquerque's having trouble attracting employers who are willing to pay a living wage over 17 bucks an hour, then we really need to look at who we're trying to attract and what their motives are. I do hear from a lot of people who work with low-income people, yeah, but Albuquerque's single-family homes are below national average, and they're below national average in price. We had 4,000, Case-Shiller Home Index is much more accurate. We've had no research on this, but we had 4,000 homes in 2016 on the market. Now we have H70. What happened? We got an IDO and a city planning department that kind of is declaring war on its neighborhoods.
Ian Metkin. Let me start your video there. There you go.
Hi, can you guys see me?
Yes, sir, but you are muted now, so if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. My name is Ian. I'm a resident of the Near North Valley and a board member of the Near North Valley Neighborhood Association. I wish to first echo the NNVNA support for the expansion of ADUs. We have a severe housing and homelessness crisis, and ADUs would greatly expand housing options in a way that maintains the character of communities while also supplying much needed additional revenue sources for struggling homeowners. For the record, I recently had to move out of my downtown apartment of 10 years because of a $400 rent increase, and I currently live in a much more affordable ADU, which has been great for both me and the landlord. I also wish to express my opposition to Amendment A3, which would require that any ADU be constructed with exterior materials that are the same or similar to that of the primary building on the lot. Given the prohibitive costs associated with traditional construction, I think this requirement would impose an unnecessary financial burden on homeowners who could construct ADUs that would be aesthetically pleasing using non-traditional and considerably cheaper options like barn dominiums and possibly 3D printing in the future. While these much cheaper non-traditional options can be quite beautiful and even more environmentally sound than traditional construction options, they may not allow for the kind of customization that would meet the A3 requirement. The net effect of the amendment would be to greatly reduce the number of homeowners who could otherwise afford to build ADUs using non-traditional methods, and by extension greatly reduce the availability of new rentals and reduce alternate income sources for struggling homeowners at a time when the fastest growing homeless demographic is seniors. No homeowner wants to construct an ugly ADU for multiple reasons. Obviously, they wouldn't want to live with an eyesore, and they wouldn't want to lower their property values either. If given the freedom, homeowners will be able to greatly expand housing options, increase the revenue, and improve the character of the community, as long as they aren't burdened by unnecessarily rigid design and construction requirements. And I ultimately also want to echo Peggy Norton's comments that we need more affordable home ownership options for true housing stability. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment for O54.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. We are going to, well, I'm going to say two things and then we're going to take a quick break. I just want to respond quickly. I wanted to ask Ms. Ronquillo or Ms. Schultz, when was this bill introduced?
Madam Chair, O2254 was introduced by the council on November 7th of 2022 and then referred to the EPC for consideration.
Okay, so it's got about 2 more months to go. So I just wanted to make that clear that that is not fast. That is not a rush job. It's been out in the public since November 7th. And so I just wanted to make that very clear because we heard that a lot today, that we were just rushing this through. And the other thing, and this is just a point of personal privilege, I've heard it 4 times today and it's beginning to annoy me. I do not live in a gated community. I would not live in a gated community. If I wanted to live in a gated community, I couldn't afford to. I live in a modest home that I literally bought 20 years ago and I could not afford today if I had to buy it again, which is why we're here today, having this conversation. So with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Staff has been here since this morning. They are hungry and they just need a little bit of a break. We're going to do that. Then we're going to come back and we will go through the amendments that we have that you've all seen. And then just to be clear, the intention tonight is to hear those amendments and then defer this bill to the 26th, to the next LUPS meeting, which is going to be on the 26th of this month. Just want everybody that is here to understand the process. So give us 10 minutes and we will be back. All right, I think we're going to jump back into it. It's been a little over 10 minutes, so thank you to everyone who stuck with us during that break. The plan is now to go through the amendment packet. And so the amendment packet has been online for a while. You heard a lot of folks commenting on it, but we're going to turn it back over to Ms. Schultz to go through that for us.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you. There are 10 published last week. I'm going to run through these one by one and provide a very brief overview of what the amendment does, and then the councilors can ask questions, move their amendments at their leisure. So diving right into Amendment A1, this relates to duplexes in Section 1 of O2254. Amendment A1 proposes to delete Section 1 of the bill in its entirety. The result of that would mean that duplexes would continue to only be allowed in the R1A zone district as they are today, and not the rest of the R1 zone districts. And I can pull up a map if interested about what that distinction is.
Any questions, counselors? I just have one. Can you just give a little background on the rationale for excluding duplexes but allowing ADUs?
Madam Chair, councilors, I would defer that question to the sponsor of this amendment to discuss the intent, and that's Councilor Grout.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Madam Chair, thank you. Again, this is something from the neighborhood associations, the people that reached out to all of us, actually. They sent us emails, and I think that people, a lot of the neighborhoods are worried about the traffic. We haven't even talked about the infrastructure that will change because of this. And having 3 possible families on one lot could be problematic. And so I think that people understand an ADU, the benefits more of that. And so it's just something that I brought forward because it was asked of the neighborhoods. My neighbor has an ADU in his house, on his property. And I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think that it would be odd in a regular neighborhood to all of a sudden have a duplex in the middle of the neighborhood. It's just when somebody spends their hard-earned money on a single-family home, that was their biggest investment they ever made, and for that the neighborhood to change, it scares some people. So that's it.
Other comments, questions? Councilor Benton.
My childhood home was a duplex, and it fit right in with the neighborhood. Not every house had one. I mean, it was well designed. It's hard to, admittedly, it's hard to regulate good design. We try to do that a lot, but very seldomly do we really get it right. But it was an easy fit, and I think in our case we were both renters, so we had our common landlord. But yeah, I couldn't see how there was any real problem with that, or how it was disruptive or anything like that to the neighborhood. Admittedly, it was probably also, again, as I was speaking before in response to one of the speakers, probably built pre-zoning. And, a lot of the things we did pre-zoning were kind of common sense. We weren't over-regulating anybody, and they kind of just responded to the market. And there was a market, I suppose, for a scattering of these, a smattering or scattering or whatever the correct word is, of these in the neighborhood. And so, I think back on some of the comments that were made earlier, the public comments, that the opportunities to do this in existing neighborhoods are probably few and far between. We did hear the argument about Denver, and that is a very overheated, extremely overheated market, and where tear downs are common, whether it's for a duplex or anything else. And you know, it's understandable why some neighbors don't like to see a tear down in their neighborhood, especially if the design that replaces the old design is inferior. But this is the way we operate, you know, in this country. It's like it or not, it's a free market, and you know, I feel like this is a market-based solution. And I also echo and appreciate the comments by one of the speakers who said it's a New Mexican way of life to have multi-generational dwellings on the same property, and that we really see throughout this state. And I take to heart when I hear somebody talk about wanting to live with their mother or to have their child live on the site, but not in the same dwelling when they become an adult. So that's just my thinking about it. But I understand the concern about change, and the fact is, change is always going to be happening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I have a couple more questions. It's my understanding under the current zone that in one single-family house, you can have up to 5 unrelated people living there. Is that true?
Madam Chair, committee members, yes, the IDO defines what a family is exactly as you just described.
Okay. So in that situation, there could be 5 people with 5 cars taking up street parking and road parking and driveway parking, and there's no ramifications for that.
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
So what we're saying with this amendment is that while we want people who are low income to be having to cohabitate, like we heard from the young man earlier tonight, because he can't afford his own place, we want to take away the opportunity for that to be divided into 2 dwellings so that someone might possibly be able to afford a place to live on their own at some point in their life. I think that's very strange and really an interesting thing that we're saying. I feel like we're continually saying we just don't want change. We just don't want anything new. And this is not a new thing. We've had duplexes since the 70s. I, too, lived in a duplex, but I was a renter, so perhaps that's a problem for some folks. But there is no reason that we can have 5 people living in a house unrelated, but we can't have 2 unrelated people living in a house that's got a wall that's shared. So, for that, I can't support this amendment. Any other comments, questions? Councilor Benton.
Sorry, just another thing that came to mind. Ms. Schultz, the front yard parking requirements that I co-sponsored with Sally Maillet many years ago, those would still apply to these R1 properties, would they not?
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, yes, that's correct. Regardless if it was a single-family home, a duplex, or a duplex with an ADU, front yard parking limitations would still be in place.
So by definition, in some cases, that would preclude the creation of the duplex, or if we were to make that a consideration, and in many cases, if it were to remain a consideration, I mean, it would. In many cases, it might convince a property owner to not build a second unit.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, yes, a duplex does have an off-street parking requirement. So if someone were to convert a single-family house or build a duplex, I'm trying to find my table here, they would need to provide 1 parking space for a duplex that's got 2 bedrooms, or if the duplex has 3 or more bedrooms, it would be 2 parking spaces.
And that's over and above whatever they would be required for the dwelling itself.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, yes, and it's the same parking requirement for a single-family detached home, so they would have to meet both.
Typical single-family detached home would be 2 parking spaces. And so there would be one, you'd have to accommodate one more in order to build the duplex.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, 1 or 2, depending on how big the duplex is. If the
Oh, that's
duplex
right.
has 3 or more bedrooms, then it's 2 spaces, but
Yeah.
2 are under bedrooms, just 1 parking space.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Counselor
Chair,
Gratt.
one more question. Right now, where are duplexes allowed?
Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, I'm going to navigate up to a previous slide that had a couple of maps on it. The slide that I have up now, on the left map, all the areas that you see in yellow represent the R1A zone district where you can do a duplex today. The map on the right represents where duplexes would be permissive if this proposal is to pass. Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, let me be clear about that. If your amendment passes, what would be retained is the map on the left. If your amendment fails, what would be on the table is the map on the right.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, one more just comment. Preserving the residential 1 district zoning area is important. People spend their lifetime, it's their biggest investment. And when you go to buy that home, and then zoning changes in that neighborhood, when that traditional family, single-family neighborhood, I can see the concern that many, many people have. I have that concern as well. I know we need housing. I know we need it badly. I think we can find it different ways than getting rid of R1. Will it be gotten rid of totally? Will it be RT? Or will there be R1 anymore?
Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, there's no proposal to delete the R1 zone district, which is called a single-family zone district now. RT would continue to be its own separate zone district. What would change within R1, which typically allows for 1 house per lot, if O2254 is to pass in total, there would be a potential of 3 units per lot.
On this cover page that Madam Chair, excuse me, on this cover page for O2254, it does say this legislation would amend the IDO text, and these amendments would replace the R1 zone district with RT zoning. What R1 zones would be left?
Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, my understanding is that cover letter erroneously references a previous iteration of the bill that never ended up getting introduced that did contemplate moving the R1 zone district to RT, but that is not what got introduced on November 7th.
Okay, so follow up. Will there be any R1 zones left?
Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, R1A, R1B, R1C, and R1D would still be in existence if these proposals in O54 move forward.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, I'll just note that this amendment has not been moved yet, so if you're interested in having a vote on this, you will need to make a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move this amendment.
Not hearing a second?
Amendment 1.
Okay. You know what, I would move a deferral for 2 weeks so that we can have some conversations around this and see if there's an opportunity to rethink something in this so that we can move something forward.
Okay, let's defer.
Madam Chair, Counselor Grout, individual amendments don't receive deferral motions, so
Let me rephrase.
it would just not get a second, you wouldn't discuss it, and then Counselor Grout could move it again in 2 weeks.
Okay. Is that okay with the sponsor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's move on to A2. Ms. Schultz.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, somebody just texted me. Not a deferral, but we will hear it again on the 26th.
Madam Chair, committee members, Amendment A2 relates to accessory dwelling units and proposes to allow the RA zone district to have accessory dwelling units permissively in addition to the R1 zone district that's on the table as a part of the original bill. This was a recommendation of the EPC condition, and per public comment, I do want to make a clarification that in the amendment in your packet, staff noted that the North Valley Coalition sent in a letter of support for this amendment. That was indeed a staff error, as Ms. Norton pointed out. It was the Near North Valley Neighborhood Association, not the North Valley Coalition, who expressly provided support. So apologies to the North Valley Coalition, that was staff error.
Any questions on this one? Second? All those in, any more discussion? Okay.
As expressed by some of the public speakers from the North Valley, this is really just adding RA to the secondary dwelling attached ADUs within the, or detached, excuse me, ADUs. This is specifically within the RA zone, as was expressed by those folks, that is an appropriate place for in these larger lots in the North Valley, that they would like to have that apply in that area. And I think that's the main area where this zoning exists, is within the valley, if I'm not mistaken.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, there's a map up on the screen. I know it's probably a little hard to see. All the yellow area represents RA zoning in the city. You're right, the bulk of it is in the North Valley. There's a little bit in the northwest part of town as well.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to clarify for the record that this is Committee Amendment 1, not 2.
Oh, okay.
The motion on A1 technically did not happen, so
Thank you.
Amendment A2 is Committee Amendment 1.
All right. So we are on A2, Committee Amendment 1. We have a motion for a pass. We have a second. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anybody opposed? All right, 5-0, that amendment has passed. Let's move on to A3, which will be Committee Amendment number 2. And Councilor Grout.
Thank you. Go ahead, Shannon.
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, Committee Amendment 2 proposes to add a requirement that accessory dwelling units must be constructed in a similar color and material to that of the primary building on the lot. So if the primary house on the lot is made out of stucco, then the accessory dwelling unit would need to be made out of stucco. If it was blue stucco, then it can't be lime green stucco, etc.
Madam Chair, again, this is from the Neighborhood Association's a request. You want it to look nice. Again, I'll use my neighbor. He built a lovely ADU that he uses for his mother, and it looks just like his regular house, and it looks very nice in our neighborhood.
Any questions, comments? I have a few.
So
She
I'd like
hasn't
to,
made- she hasn't
I
made a
would
move.
like to move this amendment number 2.
Do I hear a second?
It's very disappointing that the Neighborhood Association, we're not listening to them.
Okay, we have a second.
All right. She has a second. Madam
Councilor Benton.
Chair, I'm sympathetic to this amendment, but I also appreciate the comments by one of the last speakers who spoke to the issue of affordability of some of the old materials. If you had a brick house nowadays, you don't see many brick houses being built nowadays, and there's a reason for that. They're very expensive to build. And I I'm just going to put it out there and see if anybody's interested, but I would offer what I consider a friendly amendment and delete the words material and leave the color.
I would accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, great. So do we have to vote on that friendly amendment? No.
Madam Chair, Counselor Benson, for cleanliness of the record, if we could vote on the friendly amendment, that would be great.
Okay.
Right, okay, so we have a friendly amendment to A3, which is committee amendment number 2, and is to strike the words materials.
And material.
And materials. And so we have somebody that moved that. I will second that. So all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Or yes.
Aye.
Okay. Anybody opposed? All right, 5-0. We've adopted that friendly amendment to committee amendment number 2.
So,
Okay, just want to make sure no one else had any questions. So let me just ask one question about this. So I do really appreciate the friendly amendment. I think that makes it a lot better. But I just want to make sure I understand. If somebody has a shed in their backyard, are there requirements that they have the same color as their house?
Madam Chair, I believe that this amendment is specifically applicable to an accessory dwelling unit and just not an accessory building. I'm
Right.
reading the amendment now. Yes, so someone could have a shed that mismatches the color of the primary structure, but once that's a habitable dwelling unit, it would need to be the same color.
Okay, so it really doesn't make cohesiveness in our neighborhoods. We are going to still have sheds and other other non-dwelling units that don't look anything like the houses that they are behind. I believe. That's not a question. I'm just making a point. So for that, I still have some problems with this. I do really appreciate the friendly amendment, but I personally have a shed and it does not match my house. And I feel like it would be weird that, someone who's wanting to do this to allow their mother-in-law to live with them would be required to do that matching, but I wouldn't, and I just have a shed that I put stuff in. So, any other questions or comments on this one? Would you like to close?
I heard your support.
All right. All those in favor of A3, which is committee amendment number 2, as amended, raise your hand, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anybody opposed? Unanimous. We will move on to A4. Ms. Schultz?
Madam Chair, this is also related to accessory dwelling units and proposes to implement minimum side and rear setbacks of 5 feet. There are no setback requirements for an accessory dwelling unit today. However, the fire code does have requirements for if a structure of any kind, whether it's an accessory dwelling unit or not, is near another structure. So in lieu of setbacks in the IDO, there would be building code requirements that would get at the fire safety aspect, but this would create a zoning requirement that 5 feet from the rear lot line and 5 feet from any side lot line, there would need to be a setback.
Any questions? Counselor Benton?
Going back to my unfortunate knowledge of the previous zoning code, might be easier if I didn't know so much about that. The previous zoning code, I don't know if there's anyone here who can answer this question, but maybe it's something we could look into. But the previous zoning codes for R1 and for accessory buildings of any kind, so shed, secondary dwelling, any kind of accessory building separate from the main dwelling, I'm pretty sure, well, I'm very sure because I built one, on the lot line, zero lot line, not for my main house, but for the accessory dwelling unit. And what I had to comply with was the fire code. I had to build a 1-hour fire-rated wall on that property line, and that's the way the previous code read. I don't think it had a rear setback, and I think that's something that there is some discussion in the IDO now about rear setbacks for these units, if I'm not mistaken, or for accessory structures. Does anybody know?
Madam Chair, Counselor Benton, Someone is trying to look up in the old code how that rear setback or accessory setback would have been implemented. Generally speaking, when the IDO got adopted, setbacks in the R1 zone district got brought over as they were from the old zoning code. And I would guess that for accessory structures that was true too, which is why there is no side or rear setback requirement today. Your comments about the fire code are correct. My understanding is that if there's another building near that accessory dwelling unit and neither of those buildings are made of fire-rated materials, there would be a 10-foot distance separation required. But once you start to construct in fire-rated materials, that distance goes down.
The 10-foot separation between buildings of any kind on the lot was a requirement of the old R1 zoning. So I can clarify that for a fact. But what I'm specifically talking is the side lot line and possibly rear. I don't remember about the rear. In my case, the rear was dictated by a public utility easement, so I didn't have to deal with it. But
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, we don't have that information off the top of our head, but we might have it in a couple minutes. Okay, Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, you're correct. Your memory is correct. There was no side or rear setback requirement before, and what the IDO says today is there needs to be clear passage, I believe is the phrase, but there's not a numerical value associated with that.
at some point, right? Okay, so that's different than this.
Correct.
And that's as it exists now. That would apply without any of these amendments to any accessory building.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, that's correct.
Thank you.
Want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move committee amendment number 3.
I will second that. Any more discussion? All right. All those in favor of A4, which is committee amendment number 3, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All right. Any opposed? Opposed. All right. 3-2, it passes.
No, it failed.
Oh, did you say yes or no? Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that hand. All right. All right. We are on to, now we're going to get really confusing. We're on to A5, which will now be committee amendment number 3.
Madam Chair, it will still be number 4 because we logged the failed vote as a committee amendment.
All right, got it.
Madam Chair, committee members, Amendment A5 proposes to require that accessory dwelling units in the R1 zone district receive a conditional use approval. What's proposed in O2254 today is a permissive use, or what we call kind of by right. A conditional use permit requires notification to nearby property owners, applicable neighborhood associations, and a public hearing before the zoning hearing examiner. There are about 6 criteria that would need to be justified to the zoning hearing examiner or the ZHE for them to be able to issue that approval. One thing worth noting is that there are areas in Albuquerque today where accessory dwelling units are a permissive use, even without O2254. This conditional use requirement would not impact those. So where those ADUs have been permissive already, they would continue to be permissive. This would only make it a conditional use for all of the rest of the R1 zone district that's being opened up to ADUs.
So, Madam Chair, this is another request from our neighborhood associations. I think it's important that the neighbors know that, you know, my next door neighbor's would like to put an ADU in or a duplex in, and let me know, give me the heads up so I can you know, make sure that I like it too. Again, I'll use my next door neighbor. When he and his wife were going to put in their ADU for their mother-in-law, he brought over the plans and we were able to see it, and we didn't just wonder what the yellow sign was. And So he shared everything with us. We were in the know. We didn't feel like it was being rushed, without our knowledge. And once we saw what was going on, we were all about it. We thought it was great. And again, it's a great unit. It's an added benefit to our neighborhood. It's important that we have disclosure. It's important that we have transparency. And I think having it be conditional, letting the neighbors know of, what your intent are, I think that's good neighborly. It's being a good neighbor. And so for that reason, that's why I'm asking for it to be passed, amended.
Just want to check in with Ms. Schultz. This amendment is competing with the next amendment. Is that both can't pass?
Madam Chair, amendments A6 and 7 are competing. A5 can move independently on its own.
Thank you. Ms. Councilor Grout, did you want to make an?
I would like to move a committee amendment number 4.
For a lack of a second. I'm sorry, it's A5, committee amendment number 4. Okay. So we have a motion, but no second. I can entertain another motion. I'll move a do not, no.
Madam Chair, if there's no second, the amendment would just fail for lack of a second.
Okay. All right, let's move on to A6, which is committee amendment number 5. And this is also Councilor Grout. I believe Ms. Schultz will give an overview.
Madam Chair, committee members, amendments A6 and A7 are competing ideas. They both cannot pass, so you will need to pass one of them but not the other. And we can talk about both of them at once if that's helpful. I'm seeing a nod, so I'll go ahead and do that.
I think that would be helpful if everybody's okay with that, if we can hear both of them, both of the overviews so that we understand the difference.
Madam Chair, committee members, Amendment A6 proposes to remove all allowances of a lesser kitchen when associated with a conversion of a non-residential use to a residential use. The result of this would be amending what's in the IDO today that allows for these lesser kitchens when they're associated with dollars from the Department of Family and Community Services, when they're less than 100 units, when they have social services tied to them. This would do away with that allowance completely. What's depicted on the slide here are conversions of existing hotels in Albuquerque that were completed prior to any allowance for a lesser kitchen, where to show that other hotel motel conversions have been able to meet this requirement of a full kitchen at a market rate level. Committee Amendment A7 instead would amend the proposal which is in O54 today. What's in O54 today proposes to allow the conversion of non-residential uses to residential uses when not associated with dollars, affordable housing dollars through the city, when not less than 100 units, when they don't have social services on site. So what's in the bill today proposes to kind of open up that allowance to anyone who would like to do it, which would likely equate to market rate apartments. So A7 proposes to tweak that allowance slightly to do 2 things. First, it would clarify kitchen requirements and appropriate kitchen appliances. You heard public testimony today about the induction cooktop language. That's a part of Amendment A7, which would specify, proposes to strike the phrase hot plate and adds in induction hot plate instead. There was quite a bit of testimony at EPC about the perceived safety of an induction cooktop versus kind of a regular hot plate or burner. That's the first part of A7. The second part proposes to allow conversions in the non-residential business park zone district. I reviewed this concept earlier in my presentation that would allow non-residential business park zones to convert non-residential uses to multifamily when otherwise they would not be allowed to after 5 years of vacancy. they would be permitted what's called a conditional vacant process, where it's a conditional use process. You have to go through the zoning hearing examiner, but if your office building in the NRBP zone district has been sitting vacant for 5 years, we would allow you to pursue residential uses. Both of these changes are in direct response to an EPC condition that recommended these two proposals move forward. So the conflict here is A6 proposes to take the conversions off the table completely, and A7 proposes to kind of nuance out the allowed conversions today.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Any questions or comments on either, and then we'll go to the sponsor of the first. Okay, Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee Amendment number 5, I would like to move that, again, in response to the constituents in my area and the emails that we have all received. A lot of people are concerned about a lesser kitchen in a conversion. We're always talking about equality, and I think having a lesser kitchen isn't always the best. They should have, that gets expensive. So you need a bigger refrigerator to be able to purchase the good fresh fruits and vegetables, meats, and cook at home. So again, I would urge your support. We do need a second.
We have a motion. Any second? Okay, for a lack of a second, let's go to
Madam Chair, I'd like to make one additional comment. This amendment is duplicated in the next bill. Both bills talked about hotel conversions, and so the action that was just taken on Amendment A6, that same action should be taken on Amendment A1 in the next bill, but I will remind you all of that when we get there.
Thank you. All right, on to A7. Do either the sponsors want to make a motion on that? Councilor Benton.
Yes, I'll move this in. Just a point of clarification. I believe this is, we're still at Amendment 4.
6.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, this is now Amendment A6. When amendments fail for lack of a second, they still get an assigned committee amendment number.
So what do we do on number 1? Was that just that we said that we would keep it in the queue?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, that one was not formally moved.
Okay, sorry for my confusion on that. Yeah, so I'll move this amendment, whatever it is, A7, A6.
It's A7, committee
It's listed as
amendment
A7 in
6.
our packet, and it's Amendment 6. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any conversation? Councilor Benton.
I just have one thing that's been nagging at me with regard to this whole issue, and I respect Councilor Grout talking about having fair and equal facilities for everyone, and I think there's some real truth to that. I do think that these kitchen appliances are really evolving fairly rapidly with the induction cooktop, but to me, there's something about that you're saying that if I've got a countertop appliance that may or may not stay there, and the next tenant may or may not have that appliance, things that aren't built in tend to disappear in rental housing. And I'm wondering, I'll just ask staff, planning staff, and our own staff, but specifically since this came from administration, would it be objectionable to say a built-in appliance? Because this has always nagged at me about the definition of kitchen in the whole zoning codes, and the old ones too, is that the requirement for a stove is sort of becoming an outmoded thing anyway. And should we be considering options across the board as to what constitutes a kitchen? I'm remodeling a vacation home, and I'm putting in a built-in cooktop. I'm not putting in an oven because it's going to be for just 2 people, and we don't anticipate needing an oven. But at the same time, we can buy off the shelf if we choose to these air fryers that are you know, basically an oven, essentially. That is a portable device. I don't know whether they make those as a built-in or not. But I know that as far as the cooktop goes and the induction type thing, it would seem like we might want to add the words built-in. And I'm not necessarily proposing to make that amendment now. I think we ought to, you know, I would like to move forward with this amendment if there's support for it. But I think it's something we ought to be considering. And I just wanted to put that out there for the planning department for either response now or for further discussion.
Director Varela?
Thank you, and Chairwoman Feeble-Corn and Councilor Benton. I think that that's an interesting proposition. However, stoves and ranges are easily removable. Those are not built in. What I have found as a person who's been in the construction business for decades now is that the problems with built-in, such as a built-in microwave, for example, or the cooktop that you're talking about, is when those give out, when they eventually go kaput, getting them out and replacing them with something that fits in that same space is much more expensive and difficult than simply replacing, for example, a microwave or an air fryer that's a portable one that you bring and plug in, or in this case, the induction cooktop. And so I think that the built-ins don't guarantee anything other than a hassle factor when they eventually give out.
Essentially, though, this will be requiring the owner of the unit to always be providing this list of options.
Yes, yes, correct.
Okay, thanks. Something that I just thought, you know, we ought to clear the air on, but thanks.
I'd like to just say, you know, I hear where Councilor Benton's coming from, but from my point of view, it's really whether we want to make the developers spend upfront money to put something in that stays forever, or whether we want to allow them some flexibility in costs so that we can get affordable units out to folks. And if they do have to replace a induction unit later, I think that's really the developer or the builder's decision. And I just want to say, I hear a lot about this equity issue and how it's wrong to have people in places that don't have full-size refrigerators and full-size stoves. And, you know, what's really wrong is having someone live in an Arroyo. What's really wrong is having someone living in a sidewalk on in a tent. I would much, much rather be in a unit that doesn't have a full-size stove, but does have a bathroom and does have a lock on the door. So I think we just need to remember that not everyone is going to be in a position where they can buy a house or rent a house that has those full-size units. And I certainly hope everyone eventually gets there, but this is way better than not having a place with a lock on the door. And then I also just want to point out that for the first 30 years of my life, I did not cook and I stored shoes in my stove. And so, you know, I think we need to realize that particularly young people live life very differently than those of us up here. And so, you know, if a young person just out of college who wants to have a place that they can actually afford, wants to rent a place that does not have a full-size refrigerator or a full-size stove, I think that we should give them that opportunity because we've heard from enough young people today that they're having a rough time finding housing. And that's the point of this change to the IDO. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anybody opposed? Okay, got that one right. 5-0, and we will move on to A8, which is committee amendment number 7.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, Amendment A8 relates to building heights. I am going to scroll back up to the table that likely made you cross your eyes earlier. What Amendment A8 does is 3 things. It proposes to implement the changes in this table as opposed to unlimited building height for certain multifamily development. It proposes to institute the new neighborhood edge as displayed in this slide. And it does a third thing that was not recommended by the EPC. It's a new idea since EPC, which would be to not allow any building height bonuses in character protection overlay zones, historic protection overlay zones, and view protection overlay zones. In some instances, those overlay zones regulate height on their own. In other instances, they defer to kind of what the base IDO says for building height allowances. This would make sure that building height bonuses, as they would be allowed in this table, so 12 to 24 to 36 feet, would not happen in those overlay zones.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Any questions? Would the sponsors like to make a motion?
I'll move committee amendment number 7.
We have a motion and a second on A8, which is committee amendment number 7. Any further conversation? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? And again, unanimous on that, so we will move on to A9, which is committee amendment number 8. And this, again, to Ms. Schultz.
Madam Chair, Amendment A9 responds to the EPC conditions about sections 5 and 6 in the bill related to parking. The EPC recommended that those sections just be stricken in their entirety and that parking not change as a part of this bill. What A9 does is it proposes to amend Section 5 of the bill, which relates to parking reductions for affordable housing, but continue to strike Section 6 of the bill, which was a blanket 75% reduction for multifamily housing. The change proposed to Section 5 would say that in urban centers, activity centers, Main Street corridors, and major transit corridors, if there is a multifamily development project where 20% of the unit, at least 20% of the units are workforce housing in perpetuity, that development could have a 20% parking reduction.
Seeing no conversation, would the sponsors like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move committee amendment number 8.
And a second. All right, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Those in favor of A9, which is committee amendment number 8, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anybody opposed? Unanimous. We will move on to A10, Ms. Schultz.
Madam Chair, this amendment A10 also responds to the parking segments of the bill and proposes to reduce the parking requirement for multifamily development by 30%. What's shown on the slide here is what those parking ratios would look like if this amendment were to pass. So this amendment isn't related to affordable housing or workforce housing, but all multifamily development regardless of cost.
Councilor Jones.
I move approval of A9.
I will,
A10, I'm sorry.
I will second that.
Whichever one it is now.
Any conversation? I'll just say, this is mine, and I just want to say, this is, to me, this is a really kind of no-nonsense idea. It's a minimum. We're lowering the minimums. You can certainly do more. If you are a developer and you're doing a project and you think you need more, that is fine. But for projects that are near, transit lines, near places where you can work, live, and play at the same place, it makes very little sense for me to continue to have parking minimums that are pretty large. So with that, I just urge your support. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of A10, which is committee amendment number 9, raise your hand and say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, unanimous on that as well. So with that, we are going to move to item B on the agenda 077.
Madam Chair, 02254
goodness.
needs to be moved as
Yes.
amended.
I am going to move a deferral for 054 to the April 26th LUPS hearing. Got a second? All those in favor? Yes?
Yes.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you for that reminder, Ms. Schultz. Okay, now we're going to move to B, 077.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to get my screen shared. Give me just a moment. Okay, 02277 is the fourth and final component of the 2022 IDEO annual update. The text amendments to the IDEO you just discussed in the previous bill were very topic-based and specifically related to housing. The changes found in 02277 are much more general in nature. They kind of touch all parts of the IDEO and reflect changes collected by the planning department over the last year from members of the public, neighborhood folks, developers, city staff, counselors, since last year's IDEO annual update. I'm going to once again say the same disclaimer that I said at the beginning of the first bill, which is there are 3 criteria that must be met in order for the council to adopt a text amendment to the IDEO. The amendment must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. It can't apply to only one lot or a project, and it needs to promote the public health, safety, and welfare. So as you're considering the changes tonight in 077, those are the 3 criteria that you should be keeping in mind. I'm going to outline the public process for 077, which was pretty similar to the public process for 054. In October of 2022, prior to submitting any proposed changes to the EPC, planning department staff held 2 public meetings. These were kind of Q&A sessions where the planning department said, here's what we're thinking about submitting to the EPC. Tell us what you think about these changes, and it was pretty conversational. Again, on December 1st, the EPC held a study session on the changes found within this spreadsheet, distinct from the changes in the last bill. Public comment, again, was not taken at that meeting. Study sessions are really for the EPC commissioners to understand the content. The public could view those study sessions, they just could not participate. And again, the EPC held 2 meetings on this matter, one on December 8th and one on January 19th of this year. Public testimony was taken at both of those hearings. 077 contains about 50 changes, again requested by neighbors, developers, staff, certain council members, and members of the administration. Changes are not topic specific like the previous bill was. They cover a variety of topics. And attached to this bill is an Exhibit A, which is a version of the IDEO that incorporates all of the changes that EPC recommended. This document is available on the abc-zone.com website where you can view the IDEO, and anywhere that you see red text, that is a proposed change that this council would consider approving tonight. I'm going to cover just a couple of topics that the EPC spent the bulk of their discussion on. There were many things in the spreadsheet submitted in December that the EPC didn't have any conversation about, so I don't think it's worth spending the time to talk about those, but for the ones that either were recommended for denial by the EPC or recommended for approval with changes, I'm going to highlight those today. The first one is related to non-residential conversions. This was a request from Councilor Grout to have that same conversation we just had about are these conversions appropriate when the lesser kitchen requirement is there. Her proposal was to strike that in its entirety. The EPC recommended denial of that. And later in the amendment packet for this bill, you will see a similar amendment to what we discussed in 054 to, again, strike the allowance for a lesser kitchen associated with these conversions. The second topic of discussion, and probably the most discussed topic by the EPC, related to wall and fence height. This was a request by the administration to increase the allowed wall and fence height in a front yard setback. The EPC recommended denial of this change and did not offer an alternative. So there is, I've been getting quite a few calls about this today, so I'll make it clear there is no change proposed to walls and fences at this committee hearing tonight. There was discussion about the proposed demolition review outside of a historic preservation overlay zone. To require demolition review for all structures that are over 50 years old. The EPC had quite a bit of discussion on this. The way that demolition review works today is that structures go through review by the historic preservation staff at the planning department if they are within a historically mapped area. These are specific mapped areas in the IDEO. There's 5 of them. If someone wants to demolish a building within one of those areas, the historic staff has an opportunity to weigh in on that first. The proposal before the EPC in December and January would extend that to all structures that are 50 years or older within the city. The EPC did end up recommending that that change be approved with some tweaks. There are some very explicit timelines in the IDO about how that demolition review occurs. For example, once a demolition permit is received by the city, the historic preservation officer, prior to the EPC's recommendation, would have 15 days to review that application to determine if it needed additional review. The EPC went on to reduce that to 5 days. They made changes along that nature to kind of reduce the overall timeline in which that, that review would occur, responding to concerns that this additional review for all of these buildings over 50 years would take too much time. There is an amendment later on in the packet that responds to this particular topic. There was a proposed change from Councilor Benton to implement parking maximums for some areas of the city, not citywide, but some areas. The EPC did end up recommending approval of that, that request with some minor changes related to the calculation for those parking maximums. There are no further changes proposed as a part of this LUPS hearing. There was a request from Councilor Jones to delete certain landscape buffer requirements. The IDO currently has 2 landscape buffer tables in the IDO. One of them talks about the use of the property. If you have an industrial use near a residential use, you've got to buffer X feet. And a second one that talks about if you are developing within an area of change and you are next to an area of consistency, then there's another landscape buffer requirement. The proposal from Councilor Jones was to delete that second table as duplicative, as there wasn't a need to regulate landscape buffers in 2 different ways. We should just do it one way. The EPC recommended denial of that particular proposal, but did make some pretty significant tweaks to the rest of the landscape buffer section to clarify when those buffers are applicable and which ones are applicable. There was a proposal to tweak the sensitive land section of the IDO. There is a provision in the IDO today that says if you have what's called a large stand of mature trees and you are coming in for a site plan, that you have to avoid that large stand of mature trees, which I'm gonna try and remember this off the top of my head, I believe is a stand of 5 trees with a trunk diameter of 16 inches. That constitutes a large stand of mature trees. The proposal before EPC was to change that large stand of mature trees to a single tree with a trunk diameter of 8 inches. So instead of having 5 trees at 16 inches each, if you had a single tree that was 8 inches, that would prompt the sensitive lands analysis. The EPC heard public testimony on this, that the proposal wasn't quite there yet, that seemed like a big leap for review, and recommended denial. There is nothing in tonight's packet that proposes to bring that back. And, oh no, I'm going backwards. Okay, yeah, Madam Chair, that concludes my review of that EPC hearing. There are 6 amendments before you tonight for 077, 4 of which were published last week, 2 of which are new this week, and I would be happy to stand for any questions on what I just presented, or we can dive into the amendments.
Are there any questions on the bill? Seeing none, let's go to the amendments.
Madam Chair, I would advise actually we do public comment first.
Oh, and we also need to move the bill. Would the sponsors like to make a motion?
I will move 023-727.
Got a motion and a second, and now we can go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Evelyn Feltner, followed by Jane Beckley.
Hotel conversion emphasis, but we think it will give temporary housing. I can imagine someone who finds that they have limited facilities in these to be looking for a permanent place. We would rather the city spend its money incentivizing developers or negotiating with developers for percentages of affordable apartments. I noticed that in November of '22, there were over 4,000 building permits issued, and 35% of them were for multifamily or multi-unit buildings. So it seems that apartment building is happening. And if the city could spend time and effort to improve the number of apartment buildings, that would provide more permanent housing. And if it could negotiate percentages of those apartments to be affordable, it would also improve the supply of affordable housing, which, as I have said before, ADUs will really not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Beckley, followed by Diego Lopez.
Madam Chair, councilors, thank you. Just three brief things. Regarding A2, the demolition review, I would ask that that be opposed. I live on Albuquerque's west side, and while I appreciate that there's not any historic zones there, I really believe there are historic structures and areas where that have played a significant role in the story of Albuquerque. So I would like to return to the EPC proposal. I am not opposed to increasing or changing commercial parking requirements, but I am a little concerned or question the incentivizing commercial development when I hear repeatedly that Albuquerque has a glut of commercial development, unless this is targeted to underserved areas where we really need more commercial development. And finally, I would like to say that I'm grateful that increased front yard wall heights did not successfully rise from the ashes and are not, in fact, in this year's idea. Thank you so much.
Diego Lopez, followed by Rhiannon Samuel. Rhiannon Samuel, followed by Will Gleason.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Rhiannon Samuel again with NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association. I really appreciate all your time this evening. I see all of our eyes starting to droop, but you're doing the great work here, and I really appreciate it. I want to talk about a few items, mainly on the amendments that you're considering. The first one, non-residential conversions. I already spoke that we're in opposition to this. We want to see this as an avenue to put more residential units onto the market. So we hope that you keep your vote consistent and vote against that amendment. On the demolition review, I really want to thank Councillor Jones for taking a common sense compromise position on it. We brought our concern around the intricacies of what that could do. But what she did is she took a look at what are the overlay zones that are already protecting areas that should be protected. And we think that's more than reasonable, and we can work with it. The final thing that I'd like to touch on, although it's not necessarily like in your amendments now, it was something recommended by the EPC. It's been mentioned this evening already that parking maximums are troubling for us to do, because we think that the market should dictate how many parking spaces something should need. And minimums are great, fine, we can work with that. Maximums are where the rub starts to happen. So thank you so much for all of your time and attention this evening, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Will Gleason, followed by Renee Horvath.
Good evening again. I'll keep it brief. Mostly I'm here just to speak in support of A3, the reduction in parking requirements. I think the lower the better, so support that. And glad to see A1 go down. Demolition review, I agree with the comments that Rhiannon just made. And I really don't know about preliminary plats, but I'll leave that to Ron Bohannon, so thank you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Patricia Wilson on Zoom.
Good evening again. Okay, I think I was at that EPC hearing, and yes, the walls was a big issue because people want to maintain the character of their neighborhoods. And if anybody wanted a taller wall, they can go through a process to do so. But I think the EPC agreed, let's just keep the existing language that we have. Secondly, on demolition of buildings, I really enjoy the historic buildings that we have here in Albuquerque, and not all of them may be on the historic register. So I think we should allow them to continue to look at all those buildings to make sure we don't tear down something that we will later regret. So I guess there's an amendment to undo that, but I think we need to keep the Landmarks Committee just to take a look, see, do we want to save this or not, and give them a chance to do so. And then on parking, I think it was related to Old Town and some other areas. Just, I've seen a newspaper article that there was concerns about the shopkeepers around Old Town not having enough parking in the area, and it affects their business. So I would not want to, you know, reduce parking in that area because it's such a popular area for Albuquerque. So I think maintain enough parking for them so they can function. So those are the three things.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
Well, I was one of those phone calls that Ms. Schultz was referring to this afternoon. So I won't take time to ask you to follow the EPC's option about walls and fences to delete the amendment in its entirety. With encroachments, I support the EPC's option 1, approve the change as proposed with the addition of bay windows. This will only allow balconies and bay windows to encroach into the front yard. Option 2, which would also allow the encroachments on the street side, but not the interior side, would also be acceptable. My major concern has to do with understanding and analyzing all of the citywide amendments. One of the things Ms. Schultz and I talked about was how to review all this, and to do it thoroughly, you would have to have 3 documents side by side. The original 13-page spreadsheet of the 49 amendments, the 400+ page EPC notice of decision with its findings and conditions for recommendation of approval, and the 600+ page redline draft, which currently has no search feature that would allow you to ask it to find all the red text and then just hit next to skim through the entire IDO to find the red lines. Now, there's no guarantee that something that EPC recommended denial on won't rear its head in a floor amendment. In general, the IDO annual update process needs to provide metrics to differentiate between textual and substantive zone changes. Thanks so much.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Julie Drakey.
Hello. These comments augment Parkland Hills Neighborhood Association's submitted comments. One is, again, we support EPC's recommendation for the 2nd year in a row not to permit the change of the 3-foot wall height. The second, regarding EV parking reduction, parking items 14, 16, 17, 18, and commercial parking. We support EPC's opposition as currently developers have the opportunity to reduce parking by up to 50% for residential, as this could harm residents for decades because of lack of parking. For residential and commercial, we request formal research as to the possible benefits and costs that would result before just approving it. Regarding the remand hearings, these should be carefully reviewed by the council because this could actually reduce the council's currently delegated authority to the LUHO because the change would do it from what he's currently allowed to do. Overnight shelter change, request clarification, as this prevents hotels from needing conditional use requirements. The planning department's explanation revises the definition so that it does not overlap with a hotel that happens to charge substantially less than market rates. This appears to intend to permissively allow hotels as homeless shelters throughout the city. And Councilor Grout, you know, the hotel that was brought up in your area, that's a concern, whether it's a homeless shelter versus apartments. Thank you for your consideration. Now, from my personal, okay, that's it. Thank you. Bye.
Julie Drykey, followed by Rosemary Blanchard. Oh, Julie, let me, okay, now you should be able to start your video.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks again for everybody hanging in there. I wanted, even though you've talked about the conversions in the kitchens, I feel passionately about this. And there's been a lot of discussion about affordability of apartments. I think that that is somewhat in conflict with what you're saying about kitchens. Families who are on WIC get free fruits and vegetables, but if they don't have a place to store them, those go to waste. If a family can't cook a large pot of stew and have a place to store it and freeze it for the next week, that food goes to waste. Our family's habit is to shop for items on sale because that's the way that we were raised, so that our meals are affordable to this day. And I encourage you to give that sensitive and good thought to who we are trying to serve and help stretch their dollar to make their dollars go farther when they're living in an affordable housing, and how they make their meals. Thank you for your consideration.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Richard Schaefer.
Okay, thank you very much. I had thought my comments were basically on the earlier resolution, so I won't take a lot of your time here. Thank you very much for the consideration that you're giving to increasing the housing for those who most need it in our city. I would agree with Ms. Drake that not to rule out a kitchen that's less than a kitchen, but to look at even the accommodations that we're making for the most emergency kind of housing so that it will be livable and so that it will be okay to raise children in, and so that it will work with the kinds of public support and food support that families have. I've worked with a lot of food programs for hungry families, and yes, cooking those beans so they'll last a week or two is a big deal. So thank you very much. As long as this moves forward in order to not only increase the amount of housing, but increase the availability of housing for those in our city that need it the most, you are in the right direction. There'll be some glitches, but it's the right direction. Thank you.
Richard Schaefer.
I'm just going to make a general comment, and that is that be careful what you wish for. You folks seem to want to break zoning. Zoning, by and large, is what over 60% of your Albuquerque residents have made their major investment in. You can drive them out if you want. You might be able to do that. But be careful what kind of city you get. That's all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comments for 077.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. All right, let's jump into the amendment packet. We have 6 amendments to consider, and I will go to Amendment A1. We just need to repeat for the record on this one. Is that correct, Ms. Schultz?
Madam Chair, yes, either that motion needs to be repeated or the amendment could just not be moved. The result would be the same.
I will leave that up to the sponsor. Feel free.
I would like to move committee, A1, Committee Amendment 1.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? For lack of second, that fails. All right, moving on to Amendment A2, demolition review. Ms. Schultz?
Madam Chair, Amendment A2 proposes to amend the EPC recommendation that came to the council related to demolition review. Today, demolition review applies in 5 mapped areas within the city. If structures are proposed to be demolished, if a demolition permit is pulled, then the Historic Preservation Officer has purview to review that demolition permit and potentially recommend that that demolition be considered by the Landmarks Commission. What got recommended by the EPC was that instead of that review happening only in those 5 small mapped areas, that all structures that are at least 50 years old would receive that demolition review by the Historic Preservation Officer and then potentially by the Landmarks Commission if the Historic Preservation Officer determines that's appropriate. What's proposed in Amendment A2 is a little bit more of a nuance. So instead of all structures that are at least 50 years old, it would be all structures that are listed on the state and/or National Historic Register, or a structure that is determined to be a contributing structure in a state or national registered district. So Amendment A2 proposes to reduce the scope in which demolition review would be applicable.
Councilor Benton?
And what are the following small areas? Are these the ones listed in the explanation?
Madam
They're an exhibit that I couldn't open, I guess.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, I can pull up my IDO to tell you what those 5 small mapped areas are if you give me just a moment.
And while you're doing that, I'll ask the administration where they stand on this one. On this amendment, does the administration have a position one way or another on this amendment? I know that what you put forth was different, so.
Can you give us a moment? We'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, in the meantime, those 5 areas that get demolition review today are neon signs along Central Avenue, the downtown small mapped area, the downtown neighborhood area, East Downtown, and the Nob Hill / Highland small area.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chairman, Councilor Benton, the administration supports the amendment.
Thank you.
All right, I do have just a statement. I support the amendment, but I do agree with Ms. Horvath, who said, you know, we do have a lot of buildings of historical significance in this city. And I'm not sure that they're the buildings that were built in 1972. They were, you know, not particularly always beautiful. But we do have a lot of buildings that are 75, 80, 100 years old. And so in addition to this amendment, I'm working with staff to think through a way that we can add an additional level for those really historic homes while allowing, you know, the 50-year mark is it opens up a lot. And so I'm supportive of this, but I will also be bringing something that might take another step at just those super old historical buildings. So just so everybody knows that's coming. With any more conversation? All right. Do we have a motion? All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of Amendment A2, raise your hand, say yes. Yes. Any opposed? 4-0. We'll move on to A3, commercial parking requirements.
Madam Chair, Amendment A3 proposes to reduce parking requirements for certain commercial uses by 30%. Those particular land uses are general retail, grocery stores, restaurants, nightclubs, and tap rooms or tasting rooms.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. And just as a background on this one, you know, this is not a maximum, this is a minimum. And we're saying that we believe that developers have the smarts to know if they need more parking or not. And particularly in restaurants, nightclubs, tap rooms, tasting rooms, not really sure we should be encouraging people to drive there. So with that, I would urge your support on this. I will move Amendment A3. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? All right, 4-0. Moving on to A4.
Madam Chair, A4 proposes to allow a preliminary plat to be an appealable decision. In the IDO today, there are preliminary plats and there are final plats, and generally the IDO says that only final decisions are appealable. However, and this is pretty specific to preliminary plats, at the preliminary stage, that's when everything happens. That's when infrastructure gets approved and then needs to be paid for. And so if someone wanted to approve a plat at all, it should happen at the preliminary stage and not the final stage before a property owner has invested a bunch of money in the infrastructure.
Councilor Benton. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any conversation? Councilor Benton.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this is really gives community groups an earlier crack at any given issue and avoids a lot of effort by everyone, both advocates and developers, that something may not be acceptable, that we would learn at an earlier stage. So that's what this does, if I'm summarizing correctly.
Madam President, Councilor Benton, that's exactly correct.
Thanks. I think it's good legislation. Urge your support.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? 4-0. We will move on to A5. Ms. Schultz.
Madam President, Amendment A5, Committee Amendment 5, proposes to allow cannabis retail to occur within 300 feet of a child daycare facility or a school with a conditional use approval. Today, this is prohibited. So the conditional use approval would require notification to nearby property owners, applicable neighborhood associations, and a public hearing in front of the zoning hearing examiner, with a required justification of about 6 criteria to prove how the request is appropriate, won't cause harm on the surrounding area, etc.
I will move A5.
Second.
Conversation, questions? Councilor Jones.
Thank you. I realize that cannabis is absolutely legal, but I don't believe we have tobacco stores near our elementary schools either, do we? Which is also legal.
Madam Chair, Councilor Jones, I don't believe there's a distance separation requirement between nicotine retail and schools, but I could fact check that pretty quickly.
Thank you. And liquor stores are not, you can't sell liquor close to, within this distance from a school also, elementary school.
Madam Chair, Councilor Jones, there's not a land use requirement that liquor can't be near a school or a daycare, but there is a waiver process through the liquor licensure that says that you cannot get a liquor license within 300 feet of a school or daycare, but you can get that waived through the liquor hearing officer.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Councilor Jones, there is no distance separation between nicotine retail and child daycare or schools.
Thank you.
Councilor Grout.
Madam Chair, thank you. Why do we need them to be so close to a school or a daycare?
I will let Ms. Schultz answer, but I will give my quick answer first, which is I don't think we need them to be there. I think that this is making it consistent with other types of products. Like we heard, there's no limitation on tobacco, and for alcohol, you have to do a waiver, and this is saying that you would have to do a process to have cannabis near a school. So I think it's really just keeping it consistent. And again, as Councilor Jones said, cannabis is legal. And of course, no children are allowed in cannabis stores, that children are not allowed to purchase cannabis. That is not going to change. But making this consistent with other products was my goal, and I'll let Ms. Schultz give further information.
Madam Chair, the justification that you just described is as I understand it from the sponsors of this amendment.
Thank you. One final comment. I think there's a cannabis store on every corner. We don't need any more. Did you know that there are more, somebody told me there are more cannabis facilities than there are Starbucks and McDonald's combined in our state? That's a lot.
I would like to fact check that. I have not heard that, but
somebody told me that.
But somebody told you, so it must be true,
Somebody
right?
told me that. Somebody told me.
Did you have anything else? I saw you turning on your mic.
Madam Chair, the only thing I would add to Councilor Grout's comments is that there's an existing prohibition on cannabis retail within 600 feet of another facility, talking about the nature of them being just directly next to each other unless you go through the conditional use process. So there's some protections in place for that as well.
Right. I feel like we have almost as many cannabis stores as we do payday loans, and I'm way more concerned about the payday loan places than I am about cannabis. So, did I see you? No. Councilor Jones.
Thank you. I understand this is legal and I understand there's no problem with it, but I have a problem with it, so I can't support it. Thank you.
I'll close if you like, or are you?
Go for it.
Yeah, I would just say that the conditional use process is not the same as the liquor waiver process, but it's very similar in the sense that it is an open public process where there are any kind of concerns that could be raised would have a venue.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, I might argue that the conditional use process is actually a lot more intense than the waiver process.
Okay.
Given the required notification and the public hearing and the application fees, et cetera.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say yes. Yes. All those opposed? All right, 2-2, so it fails.
Madam Chair, correct.
All right, thank you, and let's move on to A6.
Madam Chair, A6 proposes to create a new process called Site Plan-Council. Today, in the IDO, there are 2 review bodies for site plans. There's administrative review, which is just planning staff, and there is the Environmental Planning Commission. This amendment relates specifically to development requests within major public open space. Major public open space are mapped areas within the comprehensive plan, and this amendment would require that development occurring within those major public open space areas be finally reviewed by the City Council. Today, depending on kind of the intensity of what development is occurring in that major public open space, in some instances, it would be administrative review, a site plan admin. In other instances, it would go up to the EPC for review through a site plan EPC. Both of those instances would instead turn into a site plan-council, where the Environmental Planning Commission would take a first review at any site plan for development within major public open space, and then that site plan would come up to the full City Council for review and approval.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. So let me just give a little background on this. My office has been flooded with concern over development in open space around the city, and I'm pretty sure other councilors have also been flooded with those concerns. And so this is our take at trying to make sure that before development happens on our major open space that really impacts all the people in Albuquerque who use our open space, before that happens, it would come to the council, because right now, the concerns that I'm being, kind of inundated with, I literally have no impact on those projects as it stands now. So that's the background on this. Did I see your hand up? Okay. Yes, Councilor Benton.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe get a clarification from staff, perhaps. Would this apply to an existing structure in a newly designated open space, such as Candelaria Farms, for instance, which has existing structures in place, that would not trigger this requirement or trigger this requirement.
Do we have somebody that wants to answer? It's my understanding that existing structures would not be included in this because it would be something that was going to be proposed new that needed a site review and a site plan approval. But I'll defer to folks that might have a better answer. We're getting it. Okay.
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, if I understand your question correctly, if there's renovation of an existing structure or facility where that footprint isn't changing, that wouldn't rise to the level of a site plan review. In your example of Candelaria Farms, if they were renovating an existing structure, they would not have to go through a site plan - council process.
Okay. Because I know we're talking about, in Councilor Grout's district, that type of facility where they're going to reuse, the intention is to reuse an existing structure or to make use of that existing structure. I thought the similar kind of situation at Candelaria Farms where there is actually an older building there that's intended to remain. Thank you.
Councilor Gratt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we would, at our long council meetings that we already have, we're going to make them longer? Is that what we're going to do?
Councilor Gratt, I think that is the work that the people have asked us to do. So yes, we will make them even longer because I love spending time with you.
I do love spending time with you too. Okay, thank you.
Director Varela. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Chairman, I think Director Simon would like to speak to the amendment, if that'd be okay.
Sure. Director Simon, come on down.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to give a few comments from the administration and my department about the proposed amendment. The first thing I would say is that, I know the sponsors of this amendment and the other counselors here tonight on the committee are extremely strong supporters of open space. And I thank you for that. And I know typically your motivations are to try to help and improve and all those things. So I always look on the positive side of your, the best intentions that you have. So again, I want to really thank you for the support of the program. The second thing I want to say is that I will speak maybe on behalf of some folks who are not here tonight. So the ordinance is on the books, 015 in particular, 63, is one of our open space ordinances. That ordinance has duties, responsibilities, and powers for the Open Space Advisory Board. Again, a very important volunteer citizen group that they actually have a few more powers than normal advisory entities for the city. We have a lot of them. The Open Space Board has a little bit more elevated role and responsibilities and authorities. And the ordinance for the board, of course, says that one of their duties, responsibilities, and powers is to advise the EPC, the mayor, and the city council as to an appropriate city open space program, which advice shall include basic policies on the management of city open space, and also proposals regarding extraordinary facilities, which this amendment goes to. So I would just say, again, on behalf of the Open Space Advisory Board, who I do not believe was provided a prior knowledge of this amendment today or the ability to kind of thoroughly review it through their own processes, either individually or as a group, that I think they deserve that opportunity. I feel like we've had a couple instances over the last year, in fact, where we haven't always done that. I think we should make it kind of a practice to respect the Open Space Advisory Board and give them that opportunity. Otherwise, I think, while I will not speak for every one of them, they could well be upset about that. I don't know, they may not be. But I know they take their responsibilities and role for the city very seriously, and I respect their contributions to the city too. So in that spirit, I'm speaking on behalf of them and their process. So that's one reason I feel like maybe acting on the amendment tonight may be not the smartest move in the scheduling aspect of this. Now, with respect to the content of the amendment, again, I totally understand, Madam Chair, where you're coming from. I think you mentioned that you've heard from citizens from around the city about development all over open space. I really think this boils down to one situation, mostly, that perhaps has been driving that feedback that you're getting. So, in respect to that one situation, I think that there's always an opportunity to craft specifics for one situation. Now, I know you're looking at a kind of an amendment here that would also kind of create an overall process for future situations or situations we do not imagine yet, or things like that. I also get that, but I want to be clear, I think that this is really arising from one situation which I think has been somewhat misunderstood and incorrectly characterized as to what the Open Space Division is even talking about, because we haven't even made a formal proposal for the particular development. I think that's at the root of your concern. With respect to the amendment itself, you've referenced two definitions of projects or facilities that might be covered by a council site plan review process. Just look at those two definitions. They're not quite identical. There's some overlap, but some differences there. That could be problematic in the interpretation and implementation of the amendment as well. So I think we probably should take a closer look at that. And while there is a pretty robust process for reviewing extraordinary facilities. I sat on the Open Space Advisory Board and chaired it in the early 2000s. And I took that role very seriously. And the extraordinary facilities range under the definition from everything from a picnic bench up to a large structure. And I do think you're talking about probably circumstances in which if it didn't rise to the EPC, it wouldn't rise to the council. Right? I think that's your intent. But there's a pretty broad range of things. I think it would be, well, I may have my opinions about the efficacy of what you're proposing. I do think it would probably be even more problematic if you got too many of these council review responsibilities. I think all the work you do is important and the time you take is important. But I do not think the intention of the extraordinary facilities provisions in our facility plan really had you in the role of arbiter over benches and picnic tables and even medium-sized shade structures and things like that. Now, when it comes to a large structure, look, that's a big deal. We don't really have very many of them in open space. So again, that's one of the reasons why I feel like if we're talking about one particular kind of development, a structure, a building that's producing some angst, right? There are ways to either isolate a council review process just about that structure or use some of the existing reviews that regard permissive uses in open space. And believe you me, anything that would rise to the level of a large structure of any kind is a permissive use. And it has to go through all these steps of review: Open Space Advisory Board, public hearings, EPC, public hearings, and including sometimes neighborhood negotiation or listening sessions. All those things have to happen. And if an extraordinary facility is part of a resource management plan, it automatically comes to council. So in the case, for example, Councilor Benton, when we worked together on the Candelaria Nature Preserve Plan, that had a lot in it. Some extraordinary facilities as well. but it was embedded in a resource management plan, and both through the policies in the major open space plan, facilities plan, and the extra resolution that you passed, that decision-making did rise to council, right? And that was a good thing, but it was a specifically tailored circumstance. There are also a lot of protections, additional overlays on protection in the foothills, where I think, you know, the rub has been lately. And so I would just say, I think all that speaks to the fact that we could take some additional time to look at your objective, make sure an amendment, if you're going to propose it, is squared, give some of the important other players their deserved opportunity to give you feedback, and take some time to look at your proposal.
Thank you, Director Simon. So let me just respond to a couple of things there. You know, I definitely agree with you that we don't want you know, too much additional review by City Council on small things, but I do think with all my heart that protecting our open space is a really important thing, and I'm willing to put in as much time as needed to do that. And I do agree that also this is over one situation, but that situation has created a lot of fear in the community. And they want to know that there are some safeguards, and I think this is our first draft at trying to find some safeguards for them. I do also agree that we should send this through the Open Space Advisory Board. It's not my intention to actually move this tonight, but as soon as it was finished, I wanted to get it in the packets and get it out to the public so that we can have those conversations around what can be tweaked in this to make it more effective. But I do think it's time that we do something. And so I will be pushing that, but I look forward to talking to you over the next 2 weeks to figure out what changes need to be made here to make this actually effective. And I should defer to my co-sponsor to make sure that's an okay plan. All right.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members, and you know, I take it in the spirit in which you've offered it, and we look forward to having those conversations.
Thank you, and thank you for staying so
You
late
bet.
tonight. We appreciate you. All right, so we're not moving that last one, so we are on, oh, nope, I need to move a deferral of 077 as amended until April 26th, LUPS hearing. Seconded? All those in favor? Yes? Anybody opposed? All right, we'll see you back here on the 26th for the next round. Now we're going to move on to agenda item C, which is R92, approving the Manal Metropolitan Redevelopment Area Plan. I move it do pass. Seconded by Councilor Grout. Any conversation, questions? I know that Ms. Morris was interested in talking to us, but I wonder if she's, is it Jackie?
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Fishman?
we do have Ms. Fishman available to give a presentation to the council on this matter.
Okay, we will turn it over to Ms. Fishman. Thanks for being here so late.
Thank you. This is Jackie Fishman. I'm here on Zoom. And I think Julian has my presentation. I'll try to be as quick as possible with it. So Julian, if you can start that would be great. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I want to start by first thanking Petra Morris for her efforts on this plan. Also, Council Feeblecorn and Councilor Gibson, who started this whole idea, and then to acknowledge the contributions to the planning effort by the MR agency, the Planning Department, Family and Community Services, APD, Community Safety Department, Transit, Solid Waste, Environmental Health, DMD, MAFCA, as well as the business owners that have come to all our meetings in the last couple years and are committed to working with the city to improve this area and bring back the vitality that Midtown and Manal Boulevard once had. Go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so for those of you that aren't aware of our process, we started it a couple years ago. This is a three-phase project. The phase 1 study covered a large area bounded by Candelaria to the north, I-40 to the south, San Mateo to the east, and I-25 to the west. The phase 1 report identified and recommended that a sub area be designated as an MR and the report was approved by City Council in November of 2021. Our Phase 2 project involved creating a designation report for the MR area, and that was approved by City Council in April of last year. Phase 3 is what we're in right now. It involved creating the MR area plan, which was recommended for approval by the ADC 2 months ago in February. Go ahead. So this slide simply shows our MR area. It's bounded by I-25 to the west, the North Diversion Channel to the east, Phoenix to the north, and I-40 to the south. Go ahead. I won't read this, but just to tell you that we do have a vision statement in the MR plan, along with goals that that synthesize and describe what the plan is trying to achieve in this area in the future. Go ahead. There are 5 chapters in the MR plan. It includes an executive summary, an area profile, a business profile, recommendations, and an action plan, and then project financing and funding sources. What's on my screen right now is a copy of the action plan. It includes 22 actions that are divided into 3 categories, which include 5 opportunity sites / redevelopment projects, 11 infrastructure and transportation projects, and 6 support actions. And I will very, very briefly go through those. Go ahead. So this first slide here is opportunity site number 1. It's comprised of 7 mostly vacant parcels that total about 8.6 acres. So it's one of the larger sites in the MR area. It's under single ownership, and the property owner, who may or may not be on the call tonight, he's been planning to develop the property in phases, including retail along Menaul, a bike up, coffee, brewery, and bike store, and a park area for events adjacent to the North Diversion Channel, and then workforce multifamily housing units in townhome style apartment units. Go ahead. Our next opportunity site is number 2. It's a series of 6 parcels which contain vacant buildings. It's got the infamous Quonset hut right at the corner of University and Menaul. It's got vacant buildings, surface parking. You know, it's in pretty bad shape and looks really bad, and it's at a major entry to the area. So that's why we highlighted it. Our next slide. So opportunity site number 3 actually comprises 3 separate properties that were formerly restaurants, and I'm sure you're all familiar with those. Village Inn, Little Anita's, and the Range Cafe. The restaurant that's on the slide right now is the former Village Inn. It's on a relatively small parcel. It's zone NRLM. So not a great zoning for promoting diversity in land uses. Go ahead. Our next part of opportunity site number 3 is the former Little Anita's. It's right at the corner of University and Menaul. It's been vacant for a very long time. It's been fenced. There's a lot of negative activity that goes on there. It's also a small property. It's got great visibility and access, but NRC zoning. Next. Our third site is the former Range Cafe. It's also on a relatively small site, zoned NRC, and like Little Anita's, really attracts a lot of negative activity. If you've driven by it like I do almost on a daily basis, it's just getting worse and worse every week. Let's go ahead. The MR plan also includes hotel and motel conversions as an action item, and using it to promote affordable housing. It's an important element of the plan, and we've talked several times with Family and Community Services about it. There's a lot of motel rooms in this area which my next slide will show. Total of 1,500, more than 1,500 rooms in just the MR area. I'm sure you're familiar with the Crown Plaza. Between the Crown Plaza and the Kirky Hotel, that is about 450 rooms, and that's the largest hotel complex in Albuquerque. Okay, go ahead. A really important element to the MR plan is increasing public safety. I know you've heard from some of the business owners in the area at our other hearings. Crime is a huge concern. It's contributing to disinvestment by the businesses here. People are leaving, they're not making investments to improve their properties. And so we have a series of recommendations on addressing public safety. And we've also coordinated with APD and other Albuquerque Community Safety Department and other departments on these issues. Go ahead. So street lighting, we actually completed a lighting survey, very informal. Me and my staff drove around one night to see where the lighting issues were. And so the plan identifies some very dark corridors in this area. Go ahead. We also identify traffic calming on Manal as a action item. It would be based on a traffic study, but Manal in this area is a very high-speed corridor. It's 45 miles an hour. It doesn't carry that much traffic, so that even encourages higher speeds in this section. So that's a recommendation in the plan. Go ahead. Trail improvements. We are fortunate in this area to have two major trail corridors, the North Diversion Channel Trail and the Embudo Trail. These are major assets to the area and provide strong placemaking, lighting, and design opportunities. So we have a number of recommendations on that. Go ahead. Transit has been a problem in the area. The bus stop or the bus shelter that you see on my screen has been removed because of all the negative activity around it. But I can tell you all the same activity is happening there with or without that shelter. So I'm not totally convinced it was a good move, but we do recommend some action items related to transit, and we've been working with the transit department on those as well. Okay, next. We also identify working with NMDOT and improving landscaping and wayfinding. As you know, this area was cut off from access to I-25 a number of years ago, and I think some of the business owners are still talking about that as being a negative action that occurred in the area. So we identified a couple frontages along the freeway that should be improved, and working with DOT on those improvements. Go ahead. Also, building and sidewalk improvements. Needless to say, there's a lot of need here. There's lots of sign of distress and blight in the buildings and the parking lots, the lack of landscaping, sidewalks, disconnected sidewalks. There's just a lot of need here that the city could certainly help with. Okay. One of the things that we discovered late in the planning process is the MR area has two old landfills. We do think that they have mostly construction debris in them. We've talked a lot to solid waste about it and environmental health, and we provide some recommendations on how to address that issue. One of the landfills actually is under our big opportunity site that I talked about a few minutes ago. Okay, go ahead. Zone map amendments. The area is dominated by NRLM and NRC. which aren't bad zones, but it's pretty limited. The one brown area that you can see on my screen is MXM, which introduces the possibility of residential use in the area. And so if there were any hotel or motel conversions, they would probably be subject to zone change. We want to see a little more diversity in zoning in here, but obviously any zone change would be probably developer motivated. Okay, go ahead. The plan also calls for the creation of a little dog park. It's on land owned by Applebee's, but also abutting a MAFCA property. MAFCA is the one that brought the idea to the city. We thought it was a good idea for the areas because there's so many hotels and people staying in this area. We also included the concept of including more electric vehicle stations in this area as well, and I think it would be a nice fit. Go ahead. The city, and I think it really was council staff, was approached by the Friends of the Orphan Signs Group regarding adding public art to the empty sign structures. There's a ton of them in this area, and that's something that we identify in the plan. It would add a sort of a more fun, playful aspect to the area, and certainly would be more attractive than just empty sign structures. Go ahead. One of our important support actions in the plan is to continue dialoguing with the business owners. They really have expressed to us in the last couple of years how they feel neglected by the city. And so we talk about, letting the business owners know the city actually cares about the issues they're experiencing, because it's really, there's a lot of bad stuff happening in the area. And, talking to them on how the city can assist them with whatever their issues are. Go ahead. We also have a recommendation for creating a small visitor center, given the number of hotel and motel rooms in the area. This would likely be an initiative from the private sector. It came from, I believe it was Joni Jones, who recommended that from the Crown Plaza, and we thought that was a good idea. Go ahead. Last but not least, our final chapter in the plan is all about project financing and funding sources. We've got a pretty robust list. I always like to put these in our long range plans because it just gives people or the readers of the plan some idea of what the range of options are that they could pursue. Doesn't mean they'll get all of the funding they need this way, but we like to have that as a aspect of our plans. Next slide. Oh, just more of the same, project financing and funding sources. With that, I would stand ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Fishman. Any questions? Okay, we are going to move to public comment, and I believe Ms. Jones is still here, so come on down. And I just want to say, Ms. Jones has been amazing during this process. She's been at every meeting, and you can see it's 9:30 on a Wednesday, and she's still here. She is the biggest fan of this MRA, and I'm really glad to get to work with her.
I began working at this property in 1993. It was formerly the Hilton at the time, and we have 450 guest rooms. We are the largest hotel complex in Albuquerque, as Ms. Feeble-Corn said. We're situated on 14 acres, which is one of the biggest plots of land in the MRA. Back in the day, the neighborhood was very, very guest forward, with safe, walkable restaurants, public transportation for guests to travel to shopping and tourism venues. The neighborhood, which has declined over the years with boarded up buildings, you see it all in the MRA, and we've just been overrun with crime. The MRA district has approximately 1,500 hotel guest rooms, which is 17% of the city's total occupancy, when you look at where all of the hotel guest rooms are situated. So we're looking forward to bringing our neighborhood back to being tourism-centric. I mean, it's time. And so therefore, we're in favor of the MRA, and I certainly hope we can get your vote. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other folks signed up?
Madam Chair, yes, there's one more speaker, Aaron Hill. Madam Chair, looks like he left. So that'll conclude.
It looks like there's someone else, so.
Sorry. My name is Ron Bohannon. I didn't get a chance to sign up, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Bohannon.
Thank you. My name is Ron Bohannon. I'm here representing Peter Generis, who owns the Opportunity One site that's in there. That has a landfill on the site. We've finished the phase 1 on that site just a week ago, and we're actually starting the characterization and identification of the limits of that landfill. This MRA is critical to the redevelopment of that area. It provides a lot of opportunities for different fundings that would not otherwise be available for that property, and I think it's critical that this happens. I would like to just leave you, so we're in support of that. I just would like to leave you with something that my dad has given me. Bohannons in the city have been working in this city for 75 years. I'm the second generation raising third and fourth generation engineers. He said change is the only constant in life. And this area has changed, not for the good. And I think the MRA will allow change to be the opportunity to redevelop this area. And so with that, I would urge your support, and then we look forward to coming in front of you with a couple of opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, so we have apologies to everyone that's still here. We do have an amendment that we need to move on this bill. It somehow did not get put into your iPads. I think staff was a little busy on the 47 other amendments that we dealt with tonight. So can we show that amendment, and Ms. Schultz, can you talk us through it?
Madam Chair, absolutely. Mr. Moya is going to pull it up on the screen. This amendment does two things. First is that the bill has some placeholder language that says insert date here. We will insert the date that's supposed to be there. And then second, and more substantively, when the Albuquerque Development Commission heard this item at their February 16th meeting, they made several recommendations. Sorry, they recommended approval with conditions. This amendment includes those 7 conditions. Largely, those conditions seek to make the document clearer and correct an error in the existing text.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I'll move that amendment number 1. And a second. All those in favor, say yes. Any opposed? All right, the amendment is adopted. Back to the bill. Any questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Benton.
I think Councilor Grout also has a comment. I just want to appreciate that Ms. Fishman mentioned Councilor Gibson, our former colleague up here, and yeah, she was the one that recognized this need and got it going. She deserves a lot of credit.
Madam Chair, I thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. And again, I was born and raised here in Albuquerque, and I saw it at its heyday down there, and I'm looking forward to its revitalization. And I think this is going to be a wonderful opportunity, and it's going to happen. I can see it.
Thank you. And I'll just say, I'm really excited about this project. It was all Councilor Gibson. She moved this, and it's finally coming to be a reality. I'm really excited about it. I do want to thank all the folks that have participated in this process, and Ms. Jones for being here. I wanted to thank the Urban Land Institute. They included this project in their recent work, and we're working together on some ideas to really move it forward. So, it's a really exciting opportunity for the very center of Albuquerque, and it's a part of District 7 that we really need to give some love. And I think this plan is the first step in getting that part of town revitalized. So I'm excited, and I urge your support. Any further comments? With that, All those in favor, say yes. Yes. Any opposed? No. Unanimously, that's moving on. And with no further business, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for staying so late.